Partner. Ajá, sí. ¿Qué dice público? Remedios, ya regresar. Ya, después platican, ¿no? Órale, sí. Está bien. De nada más. Concentremos porque luego sí va a estar difícil. Tiempos, estamos listos. Ya estamos concentrados. Ya, ahora sí, vámonos. Ya, las 10. Ahí voy, ¿eh? Empezamos. Muy buenos días, tengan todos. Morning, everyone. We find ourselves here at 10 a.m. today, that it is 28th of September of 2023. We are broadcasting live from the from Torre Murano offices in Mexico City. Here we are in WebEx, and we're also doing the streaming, and we are also live broadcasting to English. So welcome everyone. Today we're going to be welcoming Orfa Berrom, who is going to be with me as the host of this event today. And I would like to let the president of this enterprise, Mauricio Mubarak, the word. Mauricio, you have the word. Thank you. Thank you, Judith. Welcome everyone to this second part of our annual meeting, which is what we call the management side. And it's dedicated to see how businesses are performed in all the world through UC&CS Global. Bienvenidos a todos nuestros compatriotas de esta junta, que es cómo hacer negocios en todo el mundo. Son diferentes temas que vamos a tocar el día de hoy. Today, we're going to be seeing a lot of topics from the financial point of view. Actually, we call this the Finance and Legal Day. El día de hoy vamos a estar hablando sobre finanzas corporativas. Estos son los temas que vamos a estar tocando el día de hoy. As you know, we have simultaneous interpretation, be it by closed captions, which are on the lower left corner of your screen. And right beside it, there's a globe, and you can get the live voice translation, which is going to be enabled for English. The subtitles should be also available for any language. We were also commenting with one of our peers that they were getting it in the Indonesian language. Bueno, gracias. Queremos recordarles que en la parte izquierda inferior de su pantalla se tienen el botón de los subtítulos. Se pueden activar para otro idioma. Webex dice que hay más de 100 idiomas. Ayer una compañera de Indonesia estaba leyendo en su idioma los subtítulos, entonces lo pueden activar para toda la junta. Justo al lado hay un pequeño mondito y si le das en doble clic pueden activar la interpretación en vivo al inglés, que ahora está presente con nuestro intérprete profesional que nos ha proporcionado a Barca Traductores. Let me remind you that today's streaming is public. The other former days it was private because of methodology topics, but today this is a public topic because it is how to perform business all around the globe. So we are live streaming in 3 other platforms, to Facebook, to LinkedIn, and YouTube as well in the UC&CS global pages today. Entonces hoy estamos transmitiendo, el día de hoy está abierto para el público. La transmisión se está haciendo a LinkedIn, Facebook y a YouTube. También estamos transmitiendo en español al sitio de YouTube de UC&CS America. And in Spanish, we're also translating the Spanish is for UC&CS America for all your clients. Well, without further ado, this is a very interesting day because our first topic in which our dear Orfa Agronom is going to be helping us get the context. The countries that participate in this topic, they are currently at midnight. In Singapore, Indonesia, it's probably later than midnight. So we're going to get right into it. Entonces, como nuestro primer tema es cómo realizar negocios, en este caso en dos continentes, ya que nuestros miembros en Indonesia y Singapur están en el horario de medianoche, probablemente es más tarde. Entonces vamos a comenzar con ellos y vamos a continuar porque todos nosotros estamos en horarios donde sea la mañana o la tarde. So let's begin. Let's begin this day dedicated to corporate finance and corporate legal aspects. Entonces vamos a comenzar hoy como en nuestra sesión pública. Adelante, Judith. De acuerdo, entonces les voy a decir. Well, good morning. I would like for you to open your microphone today and give us some opening remarks. And of course, if you could talk to us a little bit about the context of what we're going to be hearing. Hello, Judith. Good morning. Please, if you can close your microphone so that the sound does not overlap. Please, if you're not going to be speaking, close the microphones. Very well, Orfa, go ahead. Buen día, mi nombre es Orfa Berrum. Yo quiero darles la bienvenida apagó su micrófono. La oradora apagó el micrófono. I apologize. The microphone was closed. Okay, so, perdón. Entonces, Alex da la bienvenida de parte de UC&CS América desde la Ciudad de México. Le deseo mis mejores deseos desde CIRCES en este ciclo de conferencias en cuanto a la acción global en temas financieros y legales para enfocarnos en los negocios. Gracias, presencia. Compartimos con ustedes esta conferencia mundial de 2023. Entonces, les presento aquí el trabajo del día de hoy para recordar de todos los continentes y ahora en este estado de la República Mexicana para expresar mis saludos más sinceros en su presencia. Espero que todos ustedes puedan revisar esto desde casa, entonces tengan muy buen día. Thank you very much for your words. I would like for you to tell us about in Spanish if you want. Before we continue, I want everyone to know that everything that is being said in English, you will be able to hear it in Spanish. The app that we have here in this WebEx platform, on the lower left corner, you you can see the world icon, a globe, and you can choose the language that you want to hear. So if you put it in either side, left or right, you can find the language that you want to hear. Having said that, Orfa, please, if you want to give us some context of today's topic. We're going to be having a very interesting panel. Let us know a little bit about what we're going to be hearing in this panel. Yes, thank you, Judith. So today, the topic is that participants get to know the advantages of investing in the three regions that our worldwide company entails. For example, all the countries that are already in the network through this global meeting from which we can profit so that in our business we can apply this knowledge. Muchas gracias. Entonces vamos a hablar un poco sobre los participantes de este panel, de los oradores que vamos a tener. Entonces vamos a tener a Francisco Betancourt, que es de la Ciudad de México. Lo diré algunas palabras en español. Francisco Javier Betancourt Santana. He is a bachelor in accounting from UNAM University. He is a bachelor in law from Unitec with a degree in tax issues in UNAM. And he's also an academic in the master's degrees of the Universidad Liceo Dante, and he's also a consultant and tax consultant in the prestigious firm Tax Weber Hoppers SC, consulting for corporate groups and restructuring projects, being mergers and scissions. Anticipated as a financial specialist in the corporate group Holy Mexico SACV, a company of supervision of the East Tunnel, that is the second biggest tunnel in the world, implementing financial controls, reports to the livestock in Helsinki, Finland, and other assessments for the group. Currently, he's leader partner of projects and special projects in UC&CS, performing activities such as tax planning, audits for the industrial sector, commerce, technology, as well as the development of special projects and financial situation within the rules of financial information and international rules such as IFRS for accounting. He's also a tax consultant at international level and leader of international projects in UCS in Latin American countries. He's an expert in tax paying and development of organization structures and the tax environment, such as business acquisitions, decisions, stock selling, restructuring of partnerships, reorganizations of family companies, etc. Likewise, he's an expert in consulting in international taxation. Today, he's going to be the host in this panel, which is going to be very interesting because this we will be talking about making business in three continents in this restart. Here with us, we will also be having Prima Sai. Él es socio de Isla MM en la oficina de Indonesia. We also in this panel we also have Gloria Elizabeth Pereira. She's also our partner. She's in Paraguay. She's also at our office in Paraguay, and her office is Servicont. Of course, she's also participating in this panel. We also have Bachelor in Accounting and Business Management, a specialization in audits and management control. There's a vast experience of several years and has a post degree on prevention of money laundering. And she's got all the preparation in regards to this topic in which she is going to participate. I'm also going to be telling you a little bit about another important character that's going to be with us in this panel, who is Chandra Mohan. Chandra and his firm SSC Mohan and Associations, now known as SSM Mohan Pack. He started in the year 2000. From its creation, the firm has become an important service provider with 30 years of experience in the industry. Has perfected an integral topics such as accounting, consultation for businesses, taxation, and corporate secretaries that englobes different industries and financial topics. They have also showed mastering when traveling through the complex world of taxations. So it's an important asset for clients and organizations, be it audits, accounting, taxation, and business consultations. Okay, now Francisco is going to be having the microphone. Hola a todos, voy a intentar hablar en inglés, solo en el caso de Gloria voy a hablar en español porque ella me ha pedido realizar la presentación de Paraguay en español. Pero hoy es un día muy importante para nuestra firma. Tenemos, tenemos a nuestros invitados de Singapur, que son muy importantes, y también de Indonesia. En América también, nuestras compañeras de Paraguay. También quiero hacer la corrección. No soy socio en Pricewaterhouse. Yo he trabajado ahí en 5 años, pero sí en UC&CS. Es muy importante mencionarlo, porque creo que ahí hubo un pequeño error con el currículum. Pero bueno, vamos a comenzar con nuestra intervención con nuestro compañero en Singapur. Quiero darle la bienvenida a Chandra Mohan. ¿Cómo está? Si puede abrir su micrófono un momento, por favor. Muchísimas gracias por la introducción. Estoy muy contento el día de hoy. Aquí es medianoche. Sí, claro, entiendo. Una disculpa por la confusión porque muchas cosas están en español. De repente cambiamos a inglés. Esperamos que en otros momentos todos nuestros compañeros en la firma van a estar hablando en inglés. Debería ser más fácil porque somos una compañía internacional, pero Chandra En primer lugar, quiero de nuevo darle la bienvenida a esta compañía, a esta reunión de socios y en este caso para usted y para nuestros socios. Vamos a hacer una explicación corta en el país porque lo que nos interesa es cómo podemos realizar, llevar a cabo negocios en su país y cómo podemos realizar conexiones con otros países en Asia, en Europa, en América. Entonces, Chandra, de nuevo, de la bienvenida. Entonces, si puede comenzar con su explicación. Al final, quizá tengamos preguntas. Si nuestros socios las tenemos, por supuesto que los vamos a escuchar. Pero Chandra, si pudiera comenzar con la explicación. ¿Por qué cree que Singapur sea un país tan importante en el que invertir y cómo podemos llevar a cabo negocios ahí? ¿Puedo compartir mis diapositivas? Sí, si usted lo puede hacer, si no, yo tengo la presentación en su computadora. No parece que lo está haciendo. ¿Sí pueden ver las diapositivas? Muy bien. Entonces voy a comenzar con por qué se llevan a cabo negocios en Singapur. Una de las razones principales por la que se llega aquí ha sido así desde 1965. Muchas compañías han caído en Singapur. Ya no se pudiera hacer las diapositivas más grandes, por favor, porque la letra es pequeña. Sí, muy bien. Ahora se puede ver. Sí, correcto. De acuerdo, entonces básicamente muchas compañías en Singapur, una de las razones principales es porque se tiene un sistema fiscal muy favorable. Hay tasas fiscales bajas y hay incentivos como el Global Trader Program y otros incentivos. También Singapur es conocido por tener políticas fiscales favorables. Tiene un marco de apoyo legal y fiscal muy bueno. También hay protecciones en contra pérdidas. Hay una muy buena burocracia. O sea, se pueden llevar a cabo cosas en un solo día, como buscar licencias se puede hacer en línea, no hay interacciones humanas. Entonces tiene un sistema de protección muy fuerte y es bastante sencillo llevar a cabo negocios. Tenemos una infraestructura muy bien establecida en cuanto a transporte, el departamento de logísticas, puertos logísticos y comunicaciones. Los que han viajado a Singapur creo que han visto como lo bueno que es, por ejemplo, los aeropuertos. Tenemos una ubicación estratégica. Singapur proporciona un lugar que es una puerta para entrar a China e India, Indonesia, Malasia, con donde se pueden llevar a cabo negocios. Entonces hay una muy buena conexión y hay enlaces muy bien establecidos. Singapur lo ha proporcionado para muchas compañías multinacionales que buscan expandir sus operaciones. Tenemos aeropuertos muy buenos. Tenemos más de 100 aerolíneas que se conectan en más de 200 destinos en el mundo. El aeropuerto de Changi está clasificado como el mejor aeropuerto del mundo. Cada año más de 62 personas pasan por este aeropuerto. Ahora, Singapur tiene sus propias aerolíneas que se encuentran en el top 15 a nivel global y es el portador de pasajeros número 10 en el mundo. Ahora tenemos puertos marítimos bien conectados, es uno de los más activos y eficientes del mundo. Nos conectamos con más de 600 puertos y 200 líneas de embarcación pasan. Entonces, más de 130,000 naves contactan con Singapur. Tenemos un centro financiero muy importante, 132 bancos se encuentran en Singapur, 6 son los locales, por ejemplo, tenemos Citibank, HSBC, CIC, Bank of America, Bank of India, Bank of China. No estoy seguro si hay bancos mexicanos, pero yo creo que deberían. El PIB de Singapur nos encontramos en el top 10 de países más, más ricos. Estamos en el número 7 actualmente. El PIB anual per cápita en 2021 fue de 77.000. En 2022 subió a más de 82.000. El PIB de Singapur fue de 397.000 millones. En 2022 subió a 480.000 millones. El crecimiento del PIB para 2022 fue del 2.1%. 2023 está más o menos del 0.5 al 2.5%. También es importante la estructura política. Tenemos un sistema de gobierno parlamentario que ha proporcionado un entorno propicio y seguro para las empresas extranjeras. El mismo partido político ha gobernado desde 1965 y cada que ganan es con más del 65%. Las elecciones se llevan a cabo cada 5 años y el votar es obligatorio en Singapur. Sí, se tiene que hacer en persona, no se puede hacer votos por correo. Y también somos uno de los países menos corruptos. Este es uno de los factores más importantes para los inversionistas de negocios, ya que se encuentran en un ambiente transparente y sin corrupción. Nuestro gobierno ha tomado muchas medidas para garantizar que estemos libres de corrupción. Como pueden observar en esta tabla, estamos en el top 10 mundial. Entonces, básicamente, no sé si ustedes sepan dónde se encuentra Singapur. Puedo mostrarles un mapa. Singapur es este pequeño punto. Estamos al lado de Indonesia, cerca de Camboya. Entonces, México está aquí. Ustedes son un país muy grande. Singapur es un país pequeño. No sé siquiera si Singapur sea tan grande como la Ciudad de México, pero es similar. Entonces, en este radio de 7 horas de vuelo, se puede llegar a Japón, China, India, Indonesia. Entonces, si vienen por negocios a Singapur y tienen presencia regional, tienen una puerta a estas economías tan grandes del mundo, a las economías segundas, terceras y quintas más grandes del mundo. Hay 3.000 millones de personas alrededor. Entonces, ustedes en México están aquí, tienen de socio comercial a Estados Unidos, también con el sur de América. Estamos en una situación bastante similar por los inversionistas que pueden querer venir a invertir, poner sus infraestructuras, donde pueden obtener la materia prima, y bueno, se vende dentro de esta región y también puede llegar a Europa. Y bueno, esta es una de las razones por las que es bueno invertir en Singapur. Entonces, esto fue una breve descripción de los impuestos de Singapur. El sistema tributario de Singapur se basa en el territorio, entonces cualquier ingreso que deriva de Singapur y ciertos ingresos extranjeros remitidos a Singapur, quiere decir que esto no es de todo el mundo. Y las tasas impositivas para residencia en Singapur va del 0 al 24%, para las compañías es alrededor del 17%. Entonces, el IVA de Singapur este año fue de más o menos el 8%, el próximo año será del 9%. Esto básicamente es para obtener más fondos para apoyar a las personas mayores. Se les dan subsidios para las personas que tienen más de 65 años. Entonces, estos ingresos son importantes para financiar estos proyectos. En Singapur no existen los impuestos sobre las ganancias de capital ni sucesiones, lo cual es muy buena noticia para inversionistas, porque de nuevo no están estos impuestos sobre las ganancias de capital ni sucesiones. Ahora sí, la compañía paga impuestos y tiene aquí tiene un sistema de impuestos de sociedades de un solo nivel. Y las empresas generalmente están libres de impuestos, entonces si pagan el 17% de impuestos y se hacen los impuestos en los dividendos, por lo general esa parte va a estar libre de impuestos. Entonces también tenemos control de capital. El dinero que entra en Singapur, no hay restricciones sobre la reinversión o la repatriación de las ganancias y capital. No se hacen restricciones en las remesas, ni tampoco en las transacciones de divisas ni movimientos de capital. Básicamente pueden observar que el sistema fiscal de Singapur está hecho para hacer crecer la economía y que haya transparencia y atraer las inversiones. Es simple y tiene tarifas competitivas y han contribuido al atractivo del país como un centro de negocios global. Por el momento voy a detenerme aquí. ¿Hay alguna pregunta? Chandra, permítame hacerle un par de preguntas. Podemos observar que las tasas de impuestos pueden ser muy pequeñas en comparación con otros países. Entonces, mi primera pregunta es que si usted considera, porque al menos en México, con estas tasas fiscales, tasas impositivas corporativas, podremos pensar que ustedes son un paraíso fiscal, pero no sabemos si en su región, si Singapur se considera como un paraíso fiscal. No, nos aseguramos de que los impuestos sean 17%, no queremos bajar de 15%. Me parece que los países de este, si tienen menos del 15%, se consideran un paraíso fiscal. Entonces estamos a 2% por encima del 15%, entonces 17% no se considera como un paraíso fiscal. La otra pregunta es porque como entendemos
political and economical, sorry for the word, I don't know how to say
se me fue la palabra un momento.
Political stability in
Tienen
order
una
to make
buena
business,
estabilidad
because
política
that is
para
very important today
llevar a cabo
for
negocios, lo cual es muy importante para inversionistas saber cuáles son las condiciones en el país o en los países donde vayan a llevar a cabo sus inversiones. Entonces, Singapur es parte de la OCDE.
tell you Organization for Economic
La Organización
Development.
de
Right.
Desarrollo Internacional de
So
Cooperación.
you're asking whether why Singapore is a low corporate, I mean,
Yes,
corruption rate or stability or?
Yes, because because this Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development have some standards of the integrants of this of this group. No, my question is if Singapore is part of this group of the OECD, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development.
Yeah, we are under these groups, right? We are under many groups here. So we always make sure that we are not listed as a gray nation or in terms of tax haven and compliance with law, compliance with anti-corruption matters, money laundering. So we are actually compliant in many of these organizations, and we also comply with these laws. So there is no issues with having business in Singapore. We are not listed as some kind of a gray area. It's quite transparent.
Okay, great. If you can continue, sorry for the intervention.
Okay. So I have finished with this. So if you have any other questions, you can ask me.
Okay, great. We have another two questions. The first question is, as we understand, there is a global trade program in Singapore. Can you explain us what is this global trade program in Singapore, please?
Okay, so this global trade program is basically to attract a lot of the big companies to come to Singapore, right, to set up their business in Singapore, right. So how does, yeah. So the Singapore wants to bring in a lot of these head, international trading companies into Singapore to establish their regional headquarters in Singapore. That means after the COVID, there are a lot of supply chain issues. So they want to bring most of these head office into Singapore, where Singapore can be the center for all the global trading, because we have the port, we have the airports. So to attract multinational and international trading companies to come to set up their regional headquarters in Singapore, this program was set up. So under this global trading program, right? So the companies who can set up the presence here, they're eligible to reduce corporate tax rate from to about 5 to 10% on the qualifying income for a period of between 3 to 5 years, right? So they can take advantage of Singapore's robust financial and trading infrastructure, and also including the political stability and economic climate. So basically, this particular scheme is brought up by our international enterprise Singapore. So this is to attract many global traders into Singapore.
Okay, that is great. And also, considering that you have presented to us, one of the most important things is that you mentioned that in Singapore, you practically you don't have any kind of corruption or a very low corruption rate. Why Singapore has this low corruption rate? Can you explain us, please?
Why? Okay. I hope you can see my slides. Can you see my slides?
Yes, only if you can extend the slides, please, because it's very small.
Please bigger. Yeah, more bigger.
Okay. Ken, I just I made sure that I have some slides here. I have many slides here, but I just pull up here, so you can see that. First of all, when Singapore was set up in 1965, we wanted from day one we wanted to have a very pro business, because Singapore is a small island. We don't have any natural resources and all, so our political structures make sure that we need to be political stability must be there. On top of that, we cannot be a corrupt country. So that's one of the reasons why when we set up the government, we pay our civil servants top commercial rate. We don't pay civil service, but we will pay what is the commercial rate base. So if you look at the on the my slides, you can see the Singapore Prime Minister, his annual salary is about 2.2 million. You can see that?
Yes, we can see that.
Yeah. So I can see that. So this is actually this particular salary is marked down by 30%, because there was some political pushing here and there. So we pay our ministers market rate, and so that they do not, when they in say for 5 years they stay in government, when they leave the government, they may have about 15 to 20 million dollars in salary itself. Also, we make sure that we spend about after defense, we spend more to education. So we spend close about $10 billion every year on education, and most of our students only go to public school. Here we go to private school means you're not smart. So many of them will go to public school, and public school is well regarded here. We have very low unemployment rate. It's about 2.7. So very difficult to find people in Singapore to work. Everybody is fully employed. Other reason is that we have a high home ownership rate. For 90% of Singapore population own their own flats. It means we have our own apartments. On top of that, we also have a very strong anti-corruption agencies to monitor and take actions. So recently, my neighbors from Indonesia will know a number of my ministers are taken to task about corruption matters. So whenever there's any corruption issues, they will be taken to task. And in Singapore, one thing is very important, that we believe order first, then law. So you know that Singapore, we ban chewing gum. I'm not sure whether you know, because chewing gum actually making a lot of problems when they put these chewing gum on sensors. So the lift and MRT trains cannot close the doors. Because of that, we actually banned chewing gum itself. So basically, we are trying to make sure that order comes and there is a stability and less corruption. So maybe this is one of the many reasons that why we are corrupt free. I hope I have explained to you in detail.
Yes, 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 and it is very interesting to know how a country can work with a very small standards of a very low corruption. So, because in many countries in the world, one of the most important things to determine the decision to invest is the stability of the politics and economics, and also the corruption into the country. So, Chandra. We really appreciate your participation. Also, I don't know if you want to let us or give us an additional information. And also, I don't know, Mauricio or other partners, if have any question for Chandra. I think that Singapore looks a very important country for our firm in UC&CS Global. And of course, we also appreciate this intervention from Chandra to explain us this important thing of how to invest and make doing business in Singapore.
Just one, Francisco. Okay, I just check, and yes, Singapore is part of OCDE. I send you the link. Yeah, they are part, of course. Chandra, sometime we were talking, and you said that Singapore and Mexico has some similarities in the geographic and economic position. Can you explain that too? I think it's an interesting topic for all the crowds.
So in Singapore, many of the companies will set up their head office in Singapore. And then suppose they want to buy mines in Indonesia, or they want to invest in Indonesia palm plantations or rubber plantations. So normally they set up their holding company in Singapore. They bring in the capital. When they set up a subsidiary in Indonesia, they'll give either terms of loan, right? It's a loan to the subsidiary. So when they pay interest, there is a double tax agreement between two parties. So they will reduce withholding tax. And then whatever exports from Indonesia will come to Singapore port. From there, it will be distributed out to maybe India, China, and other areas. Right? So similarly, I think for Mexico, I think most of your manufacturing is around your place. I think the Americans will come and build up their factories. I'm not sure whether Tesla has opened up a manufacturing unit in Mexico. I'm not sure. So, but in Singapore, it's too small to open up a manufacturing place. But rather, we keep all the money in Singapore. So I think Mexico plays the same similar roles, right? The city where you keep the money, you protect their intellectual properties, and then you set up the holding company structures. So that's why I think we are both similar in the sense.
Very interesting, no, Francisco?
Maybe some things, of course, in some things there are some similar things, but consider that according what we have listened from Chandra, there is a very, very big difference with Mexico and its corruption also. And of course, very important because the tax rates, I think that one of the most important things to establish a business is the tax rates, the corporate tax rate. And Singapore has a very small tax rate. For Mexico, Singapore is a tax haven because your tax rate is smaller than the 75% of the Mexican tax corporate rate. So for us, you are a tax haven. Your corporate tax rate is very small. So I think the most important thing that we can mention about Singapore and Mexico is the position into the region of the continent, because as I can see, Singapore is in the center of the business world, no? India, China, Indonesia, Australia, etc. And also in our case, Mexico is very near from USA and from South America. But yes, it's very important to analyze that information. And we again are very grateful for your explanation, Chandra. Thank you very much again. And
Excuse me. We have a question from the accountant artist. Say, good morning. Your presentation is very interesting. What would be the capital to start a company in Singapore? In your case, as a natural person, what would be the capital to start a business?
I will read again, Chandra. What will be the capital, the minimum capital, I suppose, to start a company in Singapore, or in other case, as a natural person, what will be the capital to start a business?
Okay, I answer that. So to set up a company, your minimum capital is $1 to set up a company, right? So there is no minimum capital requirement in Singapore. So, and there's something, and secondly, 100% foreign ownership is allowed. So if all of you want to set up a company in Singapore and it's all owned by you guys, it's okay. But only thing is shareholders, directors, there must be one director, must be a local director. So Singapore director must be there. Other than that, it's
Okay, that is great. Judith, please, can you, puedes arreglar tu micrófono porque traes muchos problemas ahí. No te logramos escuchar. Yes, Chandra, that is very important to us to listen that, because $1 is nothing. But also, how many time do you spend to open a company in your country?
The average cost of incorporation of a company, including the secretarial fees, is about Sing dollars, about $1,000 to $1,002.
Okay, and the time, how many time do you have to invest for opening the company?
Basically, first time you need to apply for the name. So make sure that the names is available to register. Once the name is available for register, then within a day you can register the company.
Okay, that is great. That is great to listen that. Well, okay. Thank you, Chandra, for your participation, and again, welcome to UC&CS Global Partners firm and our partners meeting. If you agree, we will continue with our partners from Indonesia and from Paraguay. And again, Chandra, thank you for your participation. We expect to speak with you more times, and also to make business in your country, and to invite you also for your clients, for you that make business in the other countries that our firm has any position in the world. Thank you very much, Chandra.
Thank you very much. If you have any questions about Singapore, you can drop me an email. And secondly, is there any of you coming to Singapore? Let me know. We either can arrange for a lunch or a dinner on me.
Great.
Hello, Chandra. Cesar Cetina. I have a quick question for you. I want to know what product are receiving Singapore from Mexico now, mainly.
Oh, sorry, can you just repeat the question? And just
Yes, Chandra, the question from Cesar Cetina is, with products or with trademarks are, yes, what is the trade that you have today between Singapore and Mexico? What kind of products? And regarding to importations?
So far, I don't have much information about how we do with Mexico. So if I can do some research, and I can share with you what we do with Mexico.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great.
Francisco, Cesar, if anyone has a question for Singapore, please write in the chat, and we will email those questions to Chandra, and then we will upload those answers for all of you.
Yes, there is another question. Chandra, we will send you. Thank you very much, because we are with limit time, but we will send you the other question that our partners is making to you. Thank you, and thank you very much for your participation, Chandra, and we will continue with our partner from Indonesia.
Yes. Thank you, Chandra.
Okay, give me just one second. Now we want to give the welcome to our partner from Indonesia, Primasari Iskandar from Indonesia. Please, can you open your microphone? I don't know if you are in the meeting.
Francisco,
Buenos
can you hear
días,
me?
señorita.
Hello, how are you?
Hello, how are you?
Very good, thank you. And you?
Do you hear my voice clear?
Yes, very clear. We
Okay.
hear you very clear. Okay, Primasari, I don't know if it is correct my pronunciation.
Yes, it's correct.
Okay, Primasari, thank you very much for your participation and welcome to our UC&CS Global Partners meeting. As we make with the presentation with Chandra Mohan from Singapore, can you give us a general presentation about your country and why can or why do you recommend to make business for companies, for investors in your country? And thank you very much again, Primasari Iskandar.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Buenos dias. Assalamualaikum. And also, I would say good evening because it's in midnight here in Indonesia and Singapore and also part of Asia. Okay, I am Primasari Iskandar, and tonight or today, I'm the representative of Slamet Arianto and Partners, registered public accountants. If you see in this flyer, I'm the one with the hat here. So yes, now you can see my face. Okay, so here on behalf of our firm, we would like to express our gratitude that for the chance given to us for the presentation that being held tonight or today. Okay.
Oh, thank you to you, and also sorry for the midnight in your country. But thank you.
It's okay. And also attend in this meeting other partners of our firm. We have Mr. Slamet Rianto, Mr. Denny Arianto, Mr. Puji, Mr. Kasim, and Ms. Nur Hayati also attend this meeting as well. So yes, it's such an honor for us. Thank you, Mauricio, and all the UC&CS Global. Okay, so here we are. Yeah, our firm. And I'm going to start about how to do business in Indonesia. Okay, so currently Indonesia's GDP has accelerated to 5.31% in 2022, which largely supported by Indonesia's large domestic consumption and further bolstered by the export of commodities as global prices of key shipments such as coal, palm oil, iron, and relied upwards.
Aceite de palma, hierro y carbón. Indonesia también es hogar de las reservas de níquel más grandes del mundo. El níquel, como sabemos, es el componente principal en las baterías de vehículos eléctricos y de el acero inoxidable. En los meses anteriores también sabemos que Tesla ha venido a Indonesia y ha considerado abrir una fábrica. Todavía se está en la etapa de negociaciones porque pero esto se debe a nuestros recursos de níquel. También al carbón. Indonesia es el tercer exportador más grande de carbón después de China e India. Y el exportador de carbón térmico más grande. Indonesia produce 687 millones de toneladas, eso nada más en 2022, de los cuales 494 millones de toneladas se exportaron y el resto fue para el uso local. ¿Cómo comenzar su negocio en Indonesia? Hay dos formas. Una es con una inversión extranjera. En Indonesia es el PT-PMA o por medio de una oficina representativa. Voy a comenzar con la primera, que es la PT-PMA. De acuerdo con nuestras leyes, los inversionistas que buscan incorporar una PT-PMA deben seguir los siguientes requisitos. Un mínimo de capital de 10,000 millones de rupias, que son más o menos $696,000. Establecer 2 accionistas, pueden ser individuos extranjeros o empresas, pero claro, se necesita, el porcentaje de inversión local va a depender de las limitaciones de propiedad con base en la Positive Investment List y establecer un comisionado y un director. ese director va a ser responsable por llevar a cabo las actividades diarias de la compañía. Entonces será mejor que el director sea local. El lapso que tomaría para establecer un PMA es de más o menos de 10 semanas con un costo de alrededor de $3,000 de Estados Unidos. Entonces se debe reservar el nombre de la compañía para asegurarse de que es apropiado y sigue las leyes de Indonesia y que no haya compañías que ya lo estén utilizando. Esto puede tomar de 1 a 3 días. El siguiente paso es determinar el código de clasificación de negocios industriales con base en las actividades comerciales que se busquen. Después es establecer la entidad legal con un notario. Esto puede tomar de 1 a 2 semanas. Después, en relación con la administración fiscal, se debe tener el número de identificación fiscal y el certificado. Esto puede tomar de 1 a 2 semanas. Los pasos 6 y 7 es cómo se debe obtener el número de identificación de la empresa y la licencia. Esto puede tomar más tiempo, de 4 a 6 semanas. Entonces, nuestro gobierno, antes de aprobar que pueda entrar la inversión en el país, el gobierno va a tomar un enfoque con base en riesgos en los siguientes sectores. Pueden observar que hay 16 sectores en los que se analiza antes de proporcionar la licencia. Entonces, como ejemplo aquí, si es un operador de comercio en línea, donde la escala es grande o media, entonces el riesgo se considera alto. Entonces, la licencia que se necesitaría sería el número de identificación comercial y la licencia que se emiten por el Ministerio de Comercio. O si se considera que el riesgo es bajo, entonces solamente se necesita el número de identificación comercial y ese se emite por el gobernador o el regente, el alcalde. Entonces va a depender de cómo sea la perspectiva en cuanto al enfoque de riesgo. El segundo tipo es obtener una oficina representativa. Esta es la forma más simple y más rápida si se quiere establecer un negocio en Indonesia. No hay un mínimo de capital de inicio. No está permitido llevar a cabo actividades comerciales, emitir facturas, firmar contratos o ganar capital. Se limita a actividades de investigación del mercado, obtener información y clientes potenciales, desarrollar contactos de negocio y obtener información sobre regulaciones y leyes. Entonces, hay tipos de oficinas representativas. Cada tipo tiene sus actividades, su ubicación designada y la duración de sus licencias. Por ejemplo, la primera es una oficina representativa general. Se puede establecer en cualquier provincia o capital de Indonesia, pero tiene que estar en un edificio de oficinas. La licencia puede durar 3 años y se puede extender 2 veces por 1 año cada vez. La siguiente es una oficina representativa para una compañía comercial extranjera. Se puede establecer en cualquier distrito, provincia o región, pero por supuesto la licencia y su duración es diferente. Una licencia temporal puede durar de 2 a 1 año, puede ser permanente. La siguiente es la oficina representativa para una compañía de construcción extranjera. La licencia puede durar unos 3 años de operación. Se pueden llevar a cabo proyectos con compañías constructoras locales. Tienen que ser proyectos conjuntos. La cuarta es una oficina representativa de compañía extranjera para gas y petróleo. Y se puede llevar a cabo con un permiso KPPA Migas. Y la última es una oficina representativa de servicios de apoyo eléctricos extranjeros. Entonces la construcción e instalación eléctrica y también el mantenimiento de estas instalaciones. Los proyectos de construcción deben valer al menos 100 millones de rupias, 10.000 millones de rupias. Entonces hay varios tipos de oficinas representativas. El proceso para establecer una oficina representativa es que se puede registrar por medio del portal en línea. Solo se necesita legalizar por medio de notario, una cita con la embajada de el país de la compañía madre, una carta. Aquí pueden observar la parte administrativa, pero claro, lo más importante es la carta que establece que la oficina representativa no va a llevar a cabo actividades comerciales dentro de Indonesia. Ahora el aspecto fiscal. La tasa básica del impuesto es del 22%. Otras instalaciones tienen las siguientes condiciones. Las compañías que están en el mercado cambiario, que ofrecen un requisito mínimo de 40% de el capital y están sujetas al 3% de impuestos de la tasa estándar. Compañías que tienen una ganancia anual de 50.000 millones de rupias son elegibles para un corte de 50% de la tasa, que se impone de forma proporcional a partir de ganancias de 4.8 mil millones de rupias. Las compañías que no pasan de los 4.8 mil millones de rupias están sujetas al 0.5%. Entonces, estas tasas impositivas son para hacer la división entre las compañías grandes o las pequeñas y medianas empresas. La última especialmente es para las pequeñas y medianas, para las pymes. El valor añadido de impuestos es el 11% impuesto por fabricantes y puede crecer y va a crecer al 12% para 2025. Para el exporte de materiales tangibles e intangibles es un IVA del 0% y la exportación de servicios también está sujeto a un 0%. Y aquí tenemos diferentes progresiones del impuesto sobre la renta. Aquí también, por supuesto, hay deducciones si se tienen otros dependientes o si se tiene un esposo o esposa. Y ahora, como vivimos en una era digital, también hay un impuesto digital, es el 11% de IVA en la venta de productos digitales a consumidores indonesios. Para los inversionistas extranjeros en la parte digital, tienen que tener los valores de transacción de lo siguiente. Si el tráfico de consumos excede de los 600 millones de rupias al año o 50 millones de rupias al mes. Las transacciones completadas por el gobierno en el comercio electrónico que van más allá de estos 600 millones de rupias al mes. La retención de impuestos para residentes y no residentes del 15%, para residentes y para no residentes del 20%. Claro, la ilusión doble de impuestos viene con esta tabla, entonces me parece que varios de ustedes saben dónde está Indonesia. Bueno, quizá no sepan, yo he estado mencionando a Indonesia, pero quizá algunos lo sepan, pero para los que no, ¿dónde está Indonesia? Indonesia está en el sudeste de Asia, del otro lado del mundo. Por eso aquí es medianoche. Y también somos los anfitriones del G20 de 2022. También fuimos los anfitriones del ASEAN. Si me permiten, voy a compartir un video de mi país. Sí, claro. Eso es excelente, Prima Sari. Es normalmente un paraíso natural. Sí, también somos los anfitriones del ASEAN. Si saben, son los países en el sureste de Asia. Tenemos esta organización que es ASEAN, que es la Asociación de Países del Sudeste de Asia. Fuimos los anfitriones del evento este septiembre, de hecho. Entonces, en estos últimos años se nos ha dado la confianza por varias naciones de ser anfitriones a medida que nuestra economía se acelera. Francisco dice, sí, tenemos dos preguntas, Prima Sari. La primera, tenemos un par de, pero ¿por qué es importante Indonesia ahora? ¿Cuál es su opinión en cuanto a su país, su región? De acuerdo con estas condiciones específicas que tenga Indonesia como país. Bueno, en primer lugar, Indonesia es la cuarta población más grande del mundo, con unas 277 millones de personas. Entonces, estamos en este archipiélago. Somos la cuarta población más grande del mundo. Debido a esto, tenemos el 40% de la ASEAN se encuentra en Indonesia. Tenemos muchos recursos naturales, como había mencionado. Por ejemplo, el níquel, que es importantísimo para los vehículos eléctricos. Y ahora con toda la contaminación intentamos establecernos de forma, estamos intentando cambiar a métodos eléctricos, también los vehículos. Ahora las mismas baterías están utilizando níquel. También estamos intentando mover nuestra capital de Yakarta a Borneo. Con este proyecto es una buena oportunidad para los inversionistas, porque con esta nueva ciudad capital se va a necesitar mucha inversión para la construcción. También tenemos tratos especiales y regulaciones especiales para inversionistas que vayan a invertir en nuestro nuevo proyecto de ciudad capital. De acuerdo, es muy bueno escucharlo porque no hay muchos antecedentes de movimientos de ciudades capitales y por supuesto eso requiere de mucho dinero e inversión. Entonces, para hacer que esa ciudad sea tan grande como la capital que es Yakarta, también, prima Sari, hay otra pregunta. ¿Qué es lo que cree usted que los inversionistas deben hacer que deben anticipar para realizar sus negocios en Indonesia? Bueno, por supuesto, es prepararse para la burocracia. Ya somos también país en vías de desarrollo. Estamos intentando proteger nuestros inversionistas locales, intentamos proteger a nuestros ciudadanos. Entonces, quizá algunos de los inversionistas van a tener que enfrentarse a la burocracia, pero es la forma de proteger al pueblo por parte del gobierno. Y en cuanto a la corrupción, no me hace feliz decirlo, pero sí existe la corrupción, pero estamos intentando mejorar. No voy a decirlo bonito, sí hay corrupción. Y es algo que se debe tomar en cuenta. En cuanto a la estabilidad política, es bastante estable, me parece. Pero por supuesto, durante el siguiente año va a haber elecciones. Y quizá haya cambios. Si hay cambios en el gobierno, probablemente también habrá cambios en las regulaciones. Pero esperamos tener un mejor futuro. Francisco dice, sí es muy importante saber eso, porque en muchos países como México hay mucha burocracia para las inversiones. Ese es un punto muy importante en las inversiones en diferentes países. Por último, hay otra pregunta. Como menciona, Indonesia es un archipiélago, son un grupo de islas. Y debido a su posicionamiento geográfico, creemos que la industria del turismo sería una de las industrias más grandes de Indonesia. Pero como usted mencionó en su presentación, era el número 12. Y eso es porque en México tenemos una industria muy importante y bueno, en comparación con el archipiélago de Indonesia, con Hawái, en Cancún, México, ¿usted qué piensa sobre esta industria del turismo o qué otras industrias cree usted que sean las más lucrativas en Indonesia? Me parece que las inversiones más lucrativas en Indonesia, por supuesto, es el turismo, como mencionó. En Bali, por ejemplo, Bali está lleno de turistas. Es uno de los lugares más famosos de Indonesia. Es uno de los lugares más visitados, pero sí tenemos lugares muy hermosos además de Bali. Y el turismo, claro que es muy importante para nosotros. Además de eso, si ven el tráfico del uso de Internet, Indonesia es uno de los países con más usuarios de Internet. Si ven en TikTok o en Facebook o Instagram, los jóvenes en Indonesia utilizan el Internet con mucha frecuencia. Entonces me parece que el comercio electrónico también es una industria muy importante en Indonesia. De acuerdo, muchas gracias por su opinión. Me parece que sería todo por Indonesia. No sé si Mauricio o algún otro de nuestros socios en la junta tengan alguna pregunta para Primasari. No, muchísimas gracias para Primasari y felicidades porque tiene un inglés muy claro. Es muy claro para todos nosotros, para comprenderle. Y congratulations felicidades con su fondo, como Francisco lo mencionó. Gracias por la oportunidad. ¿Hay alguna otra pregunta? No, me parece que no hay otra pregunta. Muchas gracias por la participación. Bueno, y antes de cerrar, ¿puedo compartir otro video? Sí, otro comentario, prima Sari, porque aquí en México tenemos Tulum, que es el que se refiere a Bali, que es una de las influencias más importantes. Realmente queremos un día visitar su país para tomar las vacaciones. Sí, de hecho yo fui a México en 2010. Fui a la Ciudad de México en Morelia, fui a Pátzcuaro, son las ciudades que recuerdo, aunque nunca he ido a Cancún. Bueno, está muy cerca, pero muchísimas gracias. Y sí, claro, puede compartirlo. Creo que es un video como... Me parece que hay un problema técnico. De cualquier forma, prima Sari, si no lo puede mostrar ahora, me lo puede enviar y yo lo voy a compartir con todos los socios. Sí, me parece que hay un problema con el video, pero está bien. Lo puedo compartir con usted y usted se lo puede compartir a los socios. Sí, claro, prima Sari, muchísimas gracias. Sabemos que es medianoche para usted, pero muchísimas gracias. Claro, y si tienen cualquier pregunta, me las pueden enviar o a UC&CS. Claro, le vamos a decir al público, prima Sari. Y para todos nuestros socios que hablen en inglés, a partir de ahora vamos a continuar en español, pero se tiene la opción de la interpretación simultánea. Recuerden en el botón del mundito en la parte inferior izquierda, ahí deberían poder escuchar en inglés. También pueden utilizar los subtítulos. Me parece que Prima Sari lo pudo usar en el idioma de Indonesia y estoy seguro que también lo que hablen en Singapur se encontrará ahí. Me parece que también tenemos un socio de los Emiratos. Todos deberían poder leer los subtítulos en su idioma o pueden escuchar la interpretación al inglés. Pero muchísimas gracias, Prima Sari y Mohan. Ahora vamos a continuar en español. Adelante, Francisco. De nuevo, muchísimas gracias, Prima Sari. Muchísimas gracias, Mohan. Apreciamos mucho su participación en esta reunión y esperamos poder visitarlos pronto. Como mencionó Mauricio, ahora vamos a continuar con nuestra presentación. En este caso, solamente tenemos dos continentes, considerando Singapur e Indonesia en Asia, y también vamos con Paraguay en América. Entonces, vamos a cambiar de idioma. Okay, so now we're going to be starting to speak in Spanish. For America, we have as a special guest Gloria Coronel from Paraguay. Gloria, welcome. How are you? Good morning, everyone. I'm so pleased to being able to share with you. And well, I'm going to be speaking a little bit about my country and the advantages that we have that we may provide to invest a little bit of and a little bit of the projection that we have as a country, because since we are developing, of course there's opportunities here, and this is what I'm going to be sharing with you. Thank you very much. Very well, Gloria. Well, welcome to this annual meeting for partners. It's a pleasure having you here, so we can start. So if you could tell us a little bit more about why eh, making business in Paraguay has what are the advantages of it. Yeah, I'm going to share a little bit in PowerPoint. Well, we're starting to share it, but it's taking a little bit. Okay, we can see it now, but if you can make it bigger so that we can see it, it will be better. Okay, is that better? Yeah, but you can try making it into the presentation mode. Yeah, that one. Okay, so I'm going to be talking a bit about the reasons why we consider it important and why what are the advantages for investment in our country. So I selected 10 reasons, but these are narrowed down to make it quick. So first of all, we would be talking about the sustained economic growth in Paraguay in relation to the region. So we are at the center of South America. We are surrounded by countries. Uh, well, we are a locked country. We don't have a sea. We just have outings from the rivers that pass through Brazil and Argentina. But if that, some could see it as a disadvantage, but we consider it as an advantage. Just 1 second, please. Vicente, if you could please share your microphone. Okay, so the Paraguayan economy, it's the key sectors are agriculture, livestock, and commerce. But we have these bordering countries with Argentina and Brazil, and we do a lot of business. And the second point would be stability of our currency. The currency in Paraguay is called the Guarani. It's been around since 1943. And this currency does not see a lot of movement. It's very stable. So that guarantees a little bit this safety for investment of those foreign investments into Paraguay. We seek to have very good policies in regards to stability, be it economic or financial in Paraguay. In the latest years, the best scores, the most important scores have kept Paraguay as a stable country. It's positive in the regard of risk country. Even if in the pandemic that hit the whole world, we of course we had our downs, but we stayed stable. So we had some, of course, some hits. We had an issue with fuels and a drought in 2019, 2020 that also affected the agro industry in Paraguay. So but we are still one of the most important exporters of this stock. But it does depend a lot on the climate, on the weather. And as a third point, we talk about the stable macroeconomic indexes in Paraguay. there's a rather plateaued inflation. It's relatively low to the region in comparison to the region. There's public finances that are very good, which provide a lot of safety for investors. Our legal framework also protects the foreign investors. So there's these laws here in Paraguay. In regards to the per capita debt, it's of 1,722 euro, which in dollars would be like $1,961 per capita. So this would be the debt in regards to the foreign debt for Paraguay. Another important point, as another important reason to mention, is the strategic location, which is what I mentioned at the beginning. We are in the center of South America, but since we don't have any pathway to the sea, that may be a limit, but we consider it an advantage because we have ways of doing business with our bordering partner countries, and we also have a treaty which is Mercosur, which was established between Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay, Chile, Bolivia, and Peru since 1991, and it's current. It's a free commerce treaty for zero. And while in the later last years it hasn't been as important, this new government that started in August, we are seeing we're trying to make it be as big as it was intended at the beginning. And we're trying to make Mercosur ally with the European Union so that there's not only access or competitive advantages with South America, but to reach beyond, reach Europe. So in regards to our geographic location, we have two rivers, Rio Paraguay and Paraná. These are the two alternatives to live through Brazil or Argentina to the sea. Point number 5 would be competitive and qualified workforce, which refers mainly to the young workforce in Paraguay. 70% of the population is younger than 30 years. So we have an active and young population that are in training, that are seeking to improve the quality of their formation. Many seek to go offshore to study and bring whatever they learn to Paraguay. There's also, of course, many agreements for education, for example, with the US, but with the commitment that these young people that go into the US, they bring back the knowledge and the experience from the US first world to implement it in Paraguay. So that's a commitment because these are grants that the state provides. So we train and we try to grow in that regard. And that's an advantage that we have in the workforce, and which is also cheap because our minimum wage is between $373 a month, plus social security can go over $400. So we have a rather cheap workforce, especially for industry, because it's the basis for the wages, which is the minimum wage. The next topic, we talk a little bit about the encouragement of foreign trade. So these are the laws that we have in Paraguay that encourage the foreign investment. We have what we call Régimen de Maquila. This laws favor the income tax. They favor investment with zero customs for a while. Well, in this case, it's almost always this régimen de maquila. There's some conditions in production because what we seek is to industrialize. It seeks that industries, that investment for industry use the Peruvian workforce, the production is local, and there's been a lot of success here. For example, in clothing and mobile and parts for vehicles, shoe, pharmaceutical products, there's a growth because this law, this tolling regime, there's parts of the vehicles that are made within Paraguay that is exported from Paraguay into the country that puts together the vehicle, and that's at a cost that the country decides, and of course they would usually go for zero. So that's the benefit that exists. Afterwards, we have the law 6090. There's also advantages in the tax rate. There's grace periods where there's no taxation. There's certain commodities that have zero customs, and according to the products, there's zero tariff for customs. It depends on the product, and also the advantages for companies or depending on the industry. We also have a benefit with Mercosur, which is free zones, which we have with Brazil and Argentina, where we have a zero tariff for customs, so that there's trade without tax for both Paraguay and Argentina, and there's a very important trade between them. We also have an alliance with the public and private sector. These are treaties, agreements for international companies to participate as providers for Paraguay. So for example, that was opened up a bit so that the services are more transparent for public infrastructure, so that we also have a better quality in the services and the products that the state buys from the private sector, right? And we also have the importation regime. There's also part for trade. There's products that pay no taxes. Depending on the area where the investment goes, there's different advantages. Next point would be the tax incentives. Here we have different tax. Here's a little summary of the taxes in Paraguay. The first is the tax income, IRE, which is 10%. Taxes in Paraguay go from 5% until a maximum of 15% in the trading sector, if they are not they are not for consumption, which can reach 24%. But commodities, basic products, whatever you can find the most in Paraguay, they can range between 8% to 15%. 15% is a tax that is added for non-residents. So it would be the income tax for the people that don't live in Paraguay. This tax presents some advantages because there's products where the basis is not 100% of the earnings, but 30%. or maybe 20%. So the effective rate can be about 7.5%, which the person that does not reside in Paraguay, that's. Then we have the IDU, which is the tax on utilities. Here we mentioned the 15% for non-residents, and between and more or less 8% is for residents. The personal income tax, which is the tax for the personal services, it has a range between 8 to 10% based on the utility. This is a step proportion, and the top is 10%. And VAT has two rates, can be 10% or 5%. 10 for most products and services in Paraguay, and 5% goes for the basic basic basket, market basket, and also, for example, buildings in offices, and for companies they have a 10% rate. Lastly, the selective tax for consumption. For example, tobacco has the highest rate, which ranges between 18 and 24%. Alcoholic beverages and sugar beverages go between 9 and 12, and other commodities between 1 and 6. So these are specific taxes for specific products. Well, this is a bit the summary of the income tax in Paraguay. Then we talk a little bit about the legal framework in Paraguay regarding the laws that protect mainly foreign investments. There's a law in 1991. There's two articles they are current right now, that talks about to stimulate and guarantee a framework of full equality for investment, be it local or foreign, for the development in Paraguay. And the second article is that the foreign investment or companies will have the same guarantees, rights, and obligations that the law provides to local investments without other limitations. So what we seek is to provide security to the foreign investors, that they will enjoy the same rights and have the same obligations that any other domestic investment. And well, of course, at the same time, we have other laws in which there's some advantages about tax exoneration or customs exoneration, a little bit to stimulate these foreign investments. In point 9, we talk about natural resources in Paraguay. We talk a little bit about water, for example, which we have one of the largest reserves. This is underwater. This water is under the ground, and we also talk about the hydroelectric facilities. We have three hydroelectric plants, two which are binational, with the Itaipu, which is a dam that we have alongside Brazil. So it's a joint project. And the Iracereta, which is another hydroelectric plant that we share with Argentina. So they produce energy, and at the same time they supply the country, and we also export electric energy, because the energy excess that we use do not use in Paraguay, we export it to Brazil, that does need it, because since it's a bigger country and with more industry, we also can make a profit out of this And lastly, we have this infrastructure that has that has been boosted in regards to investment. There's been a lot of construction in buildings. There has been an expansion on the realtor aspect, and there has been a lot of investment coming from foreign markets. They can come from Argentina, from Uruguay, from Brazil, because they see a need. Because there's a segment of the population that have no access to a housing. So we have these housing projects that facilitate families to get their own place. And this is some data that was published by our secretary of Population, with the ones that deal with housing, social housing, and also to make a census of what's the rate of housing in Paraguay. And there's a housing deficit of 780,000 families. But this is a classification that these people that they have housing without the proper conditions, that the quality of it is not the best, and over 96,000 families have no own home. So a lot of it has to do with this. This boom has a lot to do with this, that there's this need because of the deficit of the acquisition of housing. This was also expanded into the hotel industry. Many hotels were built. So there's a lot of development in the borders, for example, with Argentina or with Brazil. In Ciudad del Este, there's also border that also borders with Brazil. There's a boom in the housing industry. But well, this was a summary of the points that I consider to be the most important to develop. And well, we hope to see you here investing in Paraguay. Thank you. And I'm open to questions. Francisco says, thank you very much, Gloria, for your participation. We are a little bit short on time, but I think your explanation was crystal clear. But I will ask that if you have any questions for Paraguay, we could do it through the chat or the group that we have in UC&CS Global. And we apologize because we don't have a lot of time here. But Gloria, again, I think your explanation was crystal clear. We can see that Paraguay is an excellent business and logistics hub to move investments around South America. Hopefully, we'll be able to be there soon, or perhaps you can visit us here in Mexico. And we are very grateful for your participation in this annual meeting. And we would be closing this panel of doing business around the world. Thank you very much, Mauricio. Thank you very much to all the partners that are with us. And we'll leave you with Judith. Thank you very much. Bueno, muchísimas gracias por cuestiones de tiempo. Vamos a dejar preguntas en el chat. Pero bueno, cuando sea posible vamos a enviar las respuestas por correo electrónico. And muchas gracias a todos los panelistas. Gracias a Germán Reyes, que nos va del honor de estar presente, de presentar estos reconocimientos. Bueno, Germán Reyes, por favor, si puede abrir su micrófono. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to be speaking a little bit in English, but I think the speakers are not understanding. Bueno, muchísimas gracias por todas las presentaciones. Me parece que nuestros socios del Medio Oriente ya no están con nosotros debido al cambio horario, pero vamos a compartir sus diplomas. Bueno, aquí este diploma para Francisco Javier Betancourt por su participación en esta Annual Worldwide Associates Conference 2023, el panel haciendo negocios en 3 continentes. Muchísimas gracias por su presentación y por sus esfuerzos. We have the following awards. Va a presentar de UC&CS América el diploma para Primasar Iskandar de Indonesia por su valiosa participación como expositor en este Annual World Associates Conference 2023 en el panel Haciendo Negocios en 3 continentes. Muchísimas gracias a Primasari por su presentación tan valiosa. Muchas gracias, Primasari. Y ahora también queremos presentar este diploma a Chandra Mohan por su participación en nuestra Annual Worldwide Associates Conference 2023, panel Haciendo Negocios en 3 continentes. Muchísimas gracias a Chandra. Me parece que él ya salió de la junta debido al horario, pero le agradecemos mucho. And for our last participant, this award for Gloria Elizabeth Coronel de Pereira for her valuable participation as a speaker in this annual Worldwide Associates Conference 2023, the panel Making Business in 3 Continents. Making business in Paraguay. Thank you very much, Paraguay. Your exposition was crystal clear. Thank you very much. Thank you all. And again, I'm open for questions at any time. Thank you. Thank you very much, Herman. Thank you very much to all our panelists. As we mentioned, whatever question may arise from this panel, we will write them down and we'll send them to our panelists so that they can answer them, and the answers will be sent by email. Now, I would like to ask the accountant Orphan Berum to give us context from for the next panel and tell us a little bit about what we're going to be hearing. Orpha, you can speak. Of course, moving on now, there's going to be participation on the current situation around the world on retirement and pensions. This situation is worldwide and the projections for the future. Go ahead with it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, I will try to be very, very brief regarding the professional curriculum for panelists. I'm going to be talking to you about a little bit our moderator for this panel. He's a character that we all love in this firm, which is Carlos Manuel Castro Parra. He's an accountant, he's a lawyer, and he has over 34 years of experience in accounting in the public sector and over 16 years of experience in corporate law, in taxation matters in both professions. He's also a co-founder of Castro Parra y Asociados, among many other credentials. We will also be having a participation from our peer in España, Quirino Pérez Puga. He's the associate and director of Abogados Tributarios, and he, of course, has wide experience. He has a master's degree in C law, and he has a lot of practice in corporate law and administrative law, and he's also expert in foreign trade, civil legislation, trade legislation, international criminal and prosecutors, among many other credentials. And also a welcome to Teodoro Alfonso Itriago Jimenez. He's from Venezuela, and he's a lawyer with a specialization in process law with more of than 25 years of experience as and consultant in trade law and taxation law. He has many success in forensics and representing and also corporate and foreign people, as well as the exercise. Of course, there's many other credentials, among others. We will also be having. Sorry, I think there's someone. Yeah, Prasham, your mic is open. If you could please close it. Yeah, thank you. Well, greetings towards Susan. And well, Alejandro Silva Ortiz. He's also from Venezuela. He's a doctor. He has a PhD in law. He's a lawyer. He's partner and co-founder of SLD Consultants, and of course, he has a wide experience. He's professor in administrative processes in administrative law, pharmaceutical regulations, introduction to law, and of course, he has a wide variety of publications. He's very young, but he's has published over 7 times, among many other credentials. We also have Alberto Ruiz Blanco. He's also a lawyer from Venezuela. He's also a legal assistant. He's a consultant, a professor, and he has made publishments as well. And we also have Sheila Vanessa Guevara Zabaleta. She's a lawyer as well. She's from Peru with over 22 years of experience, specialist in labor law, individual and collective. Right now, she's undergoing the law degree in Spain, and she has a second specialty in labor law and social security by the Pontificia Universidad Católica del Perú. She also has master's degrees in labor law from the Pontificia Universidad Católica del Perú. And lastly, but not less important, last but not least, we have Gabriela Rodriguez Perez. She's a bachelor's in law with experience in labor law. She also has experience in taxation law with a lot of years of experience on her behalf. So it's a great pleasure for me to present this panel. So please, Panita Carlos, go ahead. Thank you very much, Judith. It is a pleasure for me to be here again. I'm talking about a topic that we've been following with a lot of interest in UC&CS America, and I'm very glad to talk about it because this year we've been wondering that the life expectancy of people has increased. The life expectancy that there was in the regional in the society in the world, it was between 70 to 80 years. Now we know that most countries people retire or take their pensions between 60 and 65 years of age in men and 65 in women. So we're wondering, we made the question, how can this social security at every country level, how will they do so that they can make the payments and fulfill these pensions for a longer period of time? Now the life expectancy is reaching between 80 and 100 years of age. Actually, classification may vary a lot, and labor life has increased as well. So we would like to know what's the expectancy in each region in different continents to have a global vision on how this issue is going to be tackled. Of course, we have seen all the demonstrations in France and Europe where they're trying to. We're going to have an explanation from on this topic, but afterwards, we're going to be learning on how in Venezuela we have faced the fact that we are the country with the lowest pension rate in the world and how pensionees are facing this situation. Alejandro Silva and Alberto Ruiz, they're going to give you an overview on how it would be possible to guarantee social security by corporations, by companies, through a security system that is offered in the US, which I find to be a very interesting alternative. Sheila Guevara is going to explain to us how the situation has been faced in Peru. Peru has played around with different alternatives, one public, one private, that has allowed that country to face this situation. And lastly, last but not least, Gabriela Rodriguez is going to explain to us how this situation happens in Mexico and Asia. So without further ado, I would like to give the word to Aquilina. Oh, I'm sorry for for interrupting you, but before we begin and we have our first speaker, please let us have a 5 minute break for technical issues on our interpreter side. It's very important to have this break, so please let us have 5 minutes. Please don't disconnect, don't leave. So we'll wait for the opening so that we can go with Aquilino, so that we can share the presentation. Yeah, thank you very much for your understanding. No, no, está bien, no, no se apuren. Gracias. Ah, sí. Sí, ya tenemos que hacer eso siempre, cada 2 horas hacer un break. Es pesado para que. Digo, el lunes. Ya, eso nos pasó ayer con Verón, en realidad estuvo mucho, no sé si se pasó muchos proyectos aquí. O sea, se descompuso todo lo que está se descompuso horrible, ya nos estábamos mandando a volar todos. Sí. Sí, no, es que bueno, un relajo. Pero no, sí debe tener un descuento. El lunes vienen dos, ¿no? Sí. Ahí sí pueden. De hecho, viene. Pero entonces ahí se llevan 1 hora y 1 hora, ¿no? O sea, ahí sí no hay problema, si no cobré, pues no pasa nada, porque ellos cambian. Sí, el lunes ya no me preocupo, el martes nomás es uno. Ahí sí hay que hacer ruido. Pero con uno, sí. Las entiendas de si quieren. Aprovechando
El domingo a las 10 de la mañana. El viernes vamos a ir saliendo aquí al hotel. No sé si tú también vas a dejar las cosas.
No, yo me lo llevo a casa.
Y entonces el domingo ya las llevas.
El domingo directo me voy para allá.
Igual que Vicente. Pero lo de Adrián sí nos llevamos cosas de Adrián. Y luego él lleva otras cosas.
Yo llevo directo.
Perfecto. Listo.
Ya se los mandé, ya le mandé la muestra con los Mauricio.
Sí.
Entonces hablo con Esteban Pochón. ¿Quién es el teléfono de Esteban Pochón?
A ver, no, tanto que tiene aquí.
Ya que toda la semana con esto.
Sí,
Y yo
no, ya me dieron dos.
entonces, ahorita.
A ver, una tierra que
Sí, no,
no sé.
y luego sirve a las 2:30.
Cada que te mueves
Sí. Aparte,
No, pero allá no. Ese calle. Pero entonces sí que te
no, de reforma,
no, ya no hay problema.
Aquí se carga.
como máximo
Que termine a las 12.
a las 2:10.
Ajá.
Sí, pero hay otro problema. Todavía no sabemos si Carlos va a acabar a tiempo. Pero por sí siempre se
No,
tarda más.
pero es que yo pienso que no va a acabar. O sea, ya me dijo, somos abogados. Y luego ahorita con el break que se acaba de hacer, o sea, no va a acabar a tiempo, más bien se va, nos vamos a llevar casi ya una hora. Entonces lo mejor será hablar con Pochón y decirle que se nos inverte la exposición. Y así hablar con Carlos y decirle sí o sí, nos tienes que apoyar terminando a la...
No, pero ¿a qué horas hablaría Estefan?
Pues
Pues
después
también estamos
a
con
las
horario.
3.
No, es que estamos hablando de María, pero con horario es bueno.
Sí, no,
Termina a las 1:35, o sea, ya no va a haber otro conflicto, sí va a haber otro.
no, ya.
Por eso, acaba a la 1:25, Carlos, el punto. No, pero ya le quitas el lobby break, acaban todos 1:30. No, sí, 1:30.
Sí, por los 5.
Va a acabar 1:30, Carlos.
Denle 40 minutos
A Pochón. Pero entonces tú tendrías que cortar a Carlos, llueva o trueno renombrable, a la 1:30, caiga quien caiga, se muera quien se muera. Sí, o sea,
es una hora y
sí, o
media.
sea, porque ya estamos viendo a ver si se va a pasar también. Carlos, tienes que terminar 1:30 en punto, pero en punto te voy a cortar. Así, bueno,
Ya a la 1:30, pues ya casi dio el 80% de su plática.
Ya
Ya
se
casi, ya.
no, ya, no, de hecho, ya dio todo.
Pues ahí está todo lo que-
Y como dices, a Pochón darle 40 minutos, sí, está bien. Y así realizarlo.
Mi querido Panita, ¿cómo estás? Aquí viendo tu oreja. Oye, mira, estamos con la agenda en mano y el problema que tenemos ahorita es que la doctora Silvia Mengen pide siempre que se le respete su horario porque, bueno, pues ella es catedrática americana y demás. Entonces, queríamos preguntarte si tú consideras que a la 1:30 en punto podamos terminar con tu paño. ¿Sí? O sea, te estoy recuperando tu media hora que te digo, vamos. No te escucho. Ok, entonces vamos a darle ya, vamos a regresar. ¿Sí? ¿Sí o sí? No te escucho. Por chat mejor, por chat, mándame audio. No te escucho. Ya estamos de regreso. Ahora sí.
Okay, we're back, and we will be having our dear Aquilino start directly from Spain. So, greetings, Aquilino. You have the word. Good afternoon, everyone. Greetings from Spain. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. I think coming back since the pandemic, I think we haven't been able to see face to face, but thank God we might be able to get to meet in person. On the topic that we have said, this is one of the topics that I'm more passionate about. My professional specialties, which is corporate law, and well, all other disciplines that have been mentioned. And well, on topic, the situation of institution in Spain, it's not an easy topic. It's a complicated issue. And when we talk about the pensions and the situation in Spain, and the population all the time is getting older. The pyramid, the age pyramid is key for our affairs. The people, as people reach certain age, there's less professional people that may support and add to those pensions. Currently in Spain, we have one of the highest rates in Europe. We're one of the countries that is making the most progress in Europe. But it may not be enough to ensure the. But I don't know if it would be possible to include the presentation that I had sent. Yeah, if someone could share what Anquilinos sent. Yeah, if not, I can do it. I have it. Yeah, if you can share it, Aquilino. What I meant is that I have it. I can. I have it here with myself, so I can talk about it without showing it. Okay, but I can't hear you very well. But can you share it, or will you send it so that we can share it? It's okay. I can do it just by word. Sure, however you want. Okay, and the situation in Spain, and also talking about the situation in France, has not been easy because there has been a lot of demonstrations against a law that's going to be enforced in September, which has changed the retirement age. So basically, retirement is financed by citizens in. So I was saying that it is a contributing ability to contribute from their professional activity. So when we have an a public income, right, we talk about the loss of that when they reach a certain age, and the pension is a basic right in the Spanish Constitution. Yes. Mr. Jorge, uh, yeah, Adrian, if you can close the mics. Aquilino, please go ahead. Sorry, on what slide are you so that we can? In that one, that's correct. So the retirement age in Spain is 65 years. I apologize, the sound is not optimal, but the interpretation will continue. And there has been talk of law that it goes up from 65 to 67 years. So in order to get the 100% of the pension that they have contributed to, they had to do it for over 35 years. But as I mentioned, that number will, as of 2027, is going to move up to 67 years, the retirement. So it's going to require 38 years of, but also there's different modalities, which is the regular one, it's 65 years. That as of 2027, it's going to be 67. There's also the voluntary, which is to move forward the retirement. And but in order to get it, we also have the another forward retirement, which is the forceful one. Nowadays it's until 61 years of age, and in most of the cases is if our employer with has done that. So then we have special retirement, which is at 64, which is hardly used. We have a pre-retirement at 61 years. And also, this is also to have moved forward the retirement. There's also two modalities that allow us, here, if someone can move forward, yeah. We have two modalities for retirement, which with professional activity that allows us to get pension. One is partial retirement, when we are have retired, but we decide to perform a professional activity again. Then we have a flexible jubilation, yeah, flexible retirement, which is before, which is a combination of the retirement and keep working. Next, please. Ordinary retirement is at 65 years old and at least 35 years of contributions, but we need to accumulate a minimum of 15 contribution years. Two of them have to have happened within those 15 years, and of course we have to be affiliated to Social Security. And it's not needed to have affiliated if you have reached the ordinary age of retirement, the 65 years of age. Next, please. Well, there's other retirements like anticipated retirement, which one is the voluntary and another one is the forceful one that is imposed under specific situations. On the voluntary side, we decided for ourselves. We have to have at least 63 years and have contributed for a certain amount of years. But that would stop us from getting 100% of that pension. As opposed that if we reach 65 years of age. And the forceful one, which is when it is imposed, because of a mass firing or another situation, with the retirement program of the employer. Here we can have reached 61 years and have contributed for 33 years.
Por ejemplo, ajustar tu presentación nada más de media hora, o sea, que la pudieras dar, o sea, no.
Sorry, the sound is cutting off, so we're trying to resume the interpretation. Next slide, please. Before I mentioned the special retirement at 64, well, it's still enforced. It's not very applied very often. It is for people with a suspended or extinguished labor relationship, and as a consequence, their experience, their relation employment, or through agreements with the company, or also adopted decisions in procedures. I believe it had to have happened before 2013. Next, please. The pension system in Spain, that is also regulated by our constitution. It follows five basic principles. The first is the distribution principle, in which the contributions by the workers, the active workers, finance the existing pensions of the people that have already retired. Then we have contributed proportionality, in which the contributions will save the direct relationship with the contributed amounts to the public system and in the period of time that they happened. And the period of time where the contributions happen. Then we have the principle of universality. It's for those people that haven't contributed to the system will be able to access the level of no contribution in order to cover their most basic needs. So it also contemplates these situations for specific sectors where there's no contribution. But it's so that we could help to that sector that didn't have ever. Then we have the principle of public management, the social security system. It has been managed and regulated by an organism that is under the Secretary of Labor in Spain. And lastly, we have the principle of sufficiency, adequacy of the commodities, the amount of benefits that has to be enough to ensure that needs are protected. For example, the increase in the costs of life, so that to make sure that it is always enough for the livelihood of a person that has retired. Next, please. Then we have the contributed pensions, which is managed by the public sector. But the Spanish constitution has to protect the interests of the workers and ensure that there's this subsidy to workers that lost their jobs due to illness or disability. Next, please. Now, this is a retirement. A pension has to have 65 years of age, of at least 35 years of contribution. That again in 2027 is going to move up to 67 years. And well, to receive the pension, it's going to be in a monthly installments. and the amount that we're going to be receiving for the pension is going to depend on the budgeting basis that we took and the time frame in which we contributed. Besides that, we have a right to access this public aid if we need it, at least in when talking about contributions within that time frame of 15 years. Next, please. Well, the summary of the current situation. That it's supposedly the more active workers there is, the higher the number in the pension system. However, currently the population pyramid has been inverted, and so that has affected the people receiving pensions. And well, as I mentioned in the beginning, nowadays life expectancy in Spain makes it necessary to keep that pension system so that the population can still enjoy the benefits for having a dignified life. Next, please. With all the situation that we've been dragging in Spain for a while, it's there's been more attrition in the situation, so we have faced extreme situations and the government has to adapt to try to mitigate those deficiencies. However, it's not enough. There's other solutions in parallel to public pensions, such as private sector pensions with companies that have insurance, and also voluntary contributions, which may also have taxation benefits, such as in the income tax for natural people. Right now is limited to 9,000 euros. Next, please. Well, other then we have the non-contributed pensions. These are the ones that certain people have access to, even though they didn't contribute with their professional activity. And then, so that the pensions made for those that are contributing can be extended to aid other sectors that have not been able to contribute. And the requirements are to have 65 years of age or more, live in Spain for at least, and have lived in Spain for at least 10 years. Well, it is true that the quantities are not very high, and then these are pensions that can aid the livelihood of these sectors. Next, please. The maximum amounts in 2023, the maximum is 3,058,081 euro amount in 14 installments. The minimum pension are based on different conditions, whether we fulfill them or not. If there's a minimum pension for those that retire at 65 years, and and if they don't have it, may also depend if they have a spouse or not, and the quantity may change. These are the people with the minimum pensions, or people with less than 65 years of age, with the amounts that you can read over there. And then if there's any kind of disability at 65 years of age, the pensions are higher. And of course, it also depends if we have a spouse or not. So those amounts may be reduced. And the situation in France, what we have in Spain is we have this difference of age between 62 and 65 years of age. And well, there's this reform in the law, and where they want to raise it to 64 years. And the regime and the regulation is a combination between the workers in the sector that have a complementary pension. And they also establish a pension. Next, please. Retirement between 65 and 67. It makes the supposition that the rate of retirement, that at those ages people have the right to those pensions. Next, please. It affects the calculation in France. There's three references. One is the yearly average income for full income by each worker. That's why they make this average yearly between the professional life of each worker. There's also settlement rate. And the third index is according to the contribution timeframes that can be confirmed, and also if it falls within the system of retirement, if they have the age needed. Based on those criteria for the contribution and the time frame of the contribution in which it was done, and we can also include time frames that may be similar to creation of the labor regime, or whether they have to leave due to any kind of illness, maternity, etc. And here to include the labor reform, which would delay retirement from 62 to 64 and increase to 43 years of the minimum time frame for contribution. Okay, so this would be it from my side. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Aquilino. It's very clear what's the core of the reform in France and how it works in Spain. I have a very quick question, and please be very brief. So the question is, how do we face, or especially France, this change in view of the amount of demonstrations that we have seen in the country? But if I don't remember incorrectly, the demonstrations have not been able to stop that reform. So I'm afraid they have not been making in progress. Perhaps it's that tendency of other countries that they are raising the retirement ages, so that it's and they're trying to adapt to the environment. Says, yeah, thank you very much, Aquilino, for your presentation. Well, without further ado, we'll go with Dr. Teodoro Itriago from Venezuela. He's going to be talking about the situation in South America, and especially in that country. Teodoro, you have the word. Hello, everyone. It's an honor to be here with you. Thank you very much for the invitation. Now we're going to try to get an overview of the retirement system in Venezuela. It's been a little bit easier from what was mentioned by Aquilino, but we have a main situation that Venezuela, there's no rule of law. So we depend a lot on the whims of the regime that is ruling over us. And the laws have a lot to do, but we're going to try to focus on what's established and what's happening with the regime. So Carlos, I don't know if Remedios has my presentation. If not, that's okay. We don't have to break, but I'm from my phone and we cannot. So yeah, Remedios and Adrian, if you can share the presentation from Teodoro. But well, the situation with retirement in Venezuela is with the Sistema Prestación de Prevención Social, which is social security, which of course is ruled over by the Constitution. And right now, and if we can see in Spanish, when we talk about retirement and pension, they are used as synonyms. We have to establish that in Venezuela, and I think in many other countries, retirement is a kind of pension, because from within what we understand as pension is, for example, also disability benefits, be it partial or permanent, or the survival pension. And the one we're going to be talking about now is age, is retirement due to age. So if we can go to the second slide. So the retirement pension, which is the one we know. So here we can emphasize that in Venezuela we can talk about three regimes that combine in the understanding of retirement for workers. So we have a general regime that applies to all workers. It is generally protected by the organic labor law and is protected by the Instituto Venezuela de Seguro Social and Instituto Venezuela for Social Security, which protects the contribution that the worker has to do and the retirement benefit, which is the payment. And there's also special regime that can be applied by law to certain public workers, for example, in the National Assembly, in the armed forces, and these kind of organizations. And there's also the possibility in the private sector that by collective treat contracts, we can establish retirement regimes that benefit more in general, which was the case, for example, when there was privatization in MobileNet. They had by collective contract retirement regimes specially tailored for their workers. But at the end of the day, since there's an obligation that all workers, be it public workers or private workers, are enrolled and contribute to the Instituto Venezolano de Seguro Social, the Social Security. So all workers that contribute and fulfill the requirements will have the right to receive their pension for retirement that this institution pay. and the ones under special regimes by contract or by any other law in the organization, that's an additional payment. They will have their pension by that special regime and also the general regime. So let's go to the next slide, please. So the pension and retirement in Venezuela is handled by the Instituto Venezolano del Seguro Social, the Social Security Institute in Venezuela, which collects the contributions and pays those contributions and benefits. All employer has the obligation to enroll their workers to this institute, and they have the obligation of col- of collaborating, and they have to put their part and the workers' part to make the contribution that goes month to month to this social security fund to put together those savings for their future retirement. We must emphasize that this collaboration has to be uninterrupted as long as the person is working, and once the requirements are fulfilled, then they request the pension for retirement and it is granted. Next slide, please. In this regard, the contribution is done toward the IVSS, the Social Security Institute in Venezuela, and I would like to mention that that contribution does not just englobe the fund for the payment of pensions when the person reaches the the age and the required weeks for the benefit, but added to that contribution is also destined to the payment of pensions for disability or for survivors, and also that contribution is taken for the health prevention fund. So there's some hospitals in the country that depend on the IVSS, and from that contribution we also have maintenance of those hospitals and the granting of high cost medicines for the insured, which basically, as we will see afterwards, those amounts for the pension is the only interesting thing for contributing in the IVSS. That in case of illness, you may have these high cost medicines for serious illnesses like cancer or HIV. So like this, we have that contribution to the IVSS includes a contribution from the employer and the employee. So the employer has to put between 9 and 11% depending on the risk of the activities the worker does. So if there's a minimum risk, for example, a secretary, an office worker, well, there's low risks. So the employer will collaborate, will contribute 9%, and as the risk increases, also that percentage until 11%. And from the employee, they will get a 4% contribution from their salary, regardless of the risk of their job. So depending on the risk, we have that contribution goes between 13 and 15% of the contribution that the company and the employee does. So there's another interesting part. The base wage, to apply that percentage, has a maximum limit, which is 5 minimum wages. So for example, we have a person that earns 100 minimum wages, and the percentage is going to be based on a maximum limit of 5 minimum wages. And there's also a minimum, which is 1 minimum wage, because in Venezuela no one can earn less than the minimum wage in the law. The problem is that the minimum wage right now is 130 bolivares. And for the people outside of Venezuela, this is around $3.80. And since the dollar went up, now we are at 3.8. Yesterday it was 3.82. But this makes retirement pension insignificant. It's minimum. So the maximum under which the percentage of collaboration can be done to the IBSS is of a maximum of $20. It doesn't even reach $20, like about $8. Now in the next slide. How is the benefit obtained and what is the amount of the benefit? So in Venezuela, according to the law, to be able to request this, we need two requirements, which is the age and the weeks that they have contributed. Men is 60 years, women is 55 years, and the contributed weeks for both is 750 weeks minimum. So the minimum a person has had to work is about 15 years, and the age is at least 60 in men, 55 in women. And as we're going to be seeing afterwards in the development of this panel, it's very low for the new standards. There's exceptions to these requirements. These requirements were enforced until not so long ago, but due to the serious economic crisis in the country, there was a law created, like a mission from this government, which is Mission Amor Mayor, Greater Love Mission, which is trying to get all the elderly people that are over 60 years to try to consider them as people with pension of the Social Security, if they collaborate or not, regardless of if they had any work or not. So it's a way to reivindicate social rights for Venezuelan people. Since in Venezuela there was this phenomena at mid 90s, beginning of the 2000s, it was the informal work, which means that they don't have a formal job, and there was a lot of people out of the social security system. And since it didn't affect the fund that was in place for pensions, is because 15 to 20 years ago in Venezuela they changed the model of payment. So now every pensioner, regardless of what they contributed and the wage they had, regardless of their job and the contributions that they made, all pensioners by retirement will accrue the equivalent of a minimum wage. So pensioners in Venezuela receive only $3 with 80 cents per month. And of course, that's the reason why these measurements for including the people that did not contribute, because of course the pension is a very, very low amount, and very, very low even for our country, because even the wages were low because all the services and even the food was very low. But now, no, in Venezuela we see very similar prices as in the international level. And now I have heard comments that Venezuela is more expensive than other countries, but still we have this amount in pensions. So what is the current situation of this pension regime in Venezuela? So a pension that is not enough to cover any kind of necessity in elderly people. We're talking about that the mere fact of paying this amount. So this it's violating this constitution basic needs, and the Constitution establishes that pension should be enough to cover the needs for food and health, at least for the elderly. Theoretically, the pension payments should be done based on the collaborations, the contributions that they made. And those contributions should go to a fund, and that there's an investment, and that investment provides the capacity of paying those pensions. But of course, the low amount of those pensions, it, it's not important if there's collaborations or no, there's contributions, no, because the serious problem, besides the basic problem of the short age with the comparison with the increased life expectancy, which affects all countries, I would like to mention two problems that affect Venezuela. First, the existence of the informal work, which is an important percentage, which is the usual work and without collaborations, contributions to social funds and everything derived from the work relationship. A situation in Venezuela, and it's getting worse with the crisis. And at the world stage, I think it's starting to happen. And there's more desertions, there's more defection from school, people dropping out of school, and now with the rise of social media like TikTok and Instagram, where they are making a living out of that, that there's no formal work and there's no collaborations, there's no contributions. And in Venezuela, this very wide migration that we've seen in Venezuela, where approximately 7 million people have left the country. There's no official amounts, but a vast percentage of that those people that have lived, these people are young. It's and they are active workers, and it's about 5 to 7 million people that are not contributing to social security. And the only explanation for which our social security system hasn't collapsed is because pension is insignificant. So whenever the pension is corrected, there's going to be important actions taken to avoid the IBSS from collapsing. Of course, there's this issue in Latin America, these institutes for social security, the pensions are insignificant, and that lets the state to keep that payment of pensions because it's not an important effort. So if we can go to the next slide. So which are the perspectives? Well, the overview is that it is urgent and necessary to make a radical reform. We had in the 60s and 70s, we had a very good pension system. I think we should try to go back to these contributions that have an actual value in the time frame that is established. We need an economic model that lets the contributions increase their value to face that issue. We have to modify it, and for the countries and the people, we need to modify the age due to the fact that the life expectancy has increased. The issue is that in our country that needs a very big effort and from our government as well, and it would need previous modifications before an important value to the pension could be given. First of all, it would be to get back the rule of law in order to achieve what we all want. A, an honest management and intelligent management of the pension system, and the development of formal jobs and establishing that it is enough to cover the basic requirements of the people in retirement age. So in conclusion, sometimes it is very sad to hear. I know there's issues in every country, but when you talk about these topics, it's painful that many of it is voluntary. It's about wanting to do things, and well, Venezuela has been floating because there's this anomalies, but in any moment without the proper action for the modern times, there's going to be a serious problem. So this is more or less what I wanted to comment. Thank you very much for your attention, and well, we'll keep listening to each other to get more experience from other countries. Thank you. Carlos says, thank you very much. An excellent ex- exposition. We have a very clear overview. I don't know if you could go a little back, yeah, because we were just seeing your mouth. So the question is very simple. So how can a pensioner, how someone who has retired, how can they survive with a pension of less than $4 a month? Well, it's two basic things that have happened. They still work, and with remittances. The 7 million people out of the country, they have become an important income source for the country. So the absolute retirement in Venezuela does not exist. That there's no way of that. And the remittances from the people that have left that are aiding their family. For example, the population in Venezuela is very old due to this migration that we have seen. Yeah, but I understand that it's entrepreneurship in the end for the people to survive, right? Thank you very much. I'm very grateful for the presentation. So I would like to give the podium to the lawyer, to Dr. Alejandro Silva, so that he can talk to us about alternatives for Social Security, basically in the US, so that it could be offered to the clients and whoever wants to feel that Social Security. But well, I wanted to ask of you, Alejandro, if you could make the presentation as we did in the tests. If you could do it directly, I would really appreciate it. Yes, of course. Thank you, Carlos. I'm going to try to share the slides directly, but I've been having a little technical issue. But before I talk about the structures and the private pension plans, I would have to let Alberto Ruiz talk. He's going to expose the limitations in the Venezuelan regime to try to implement this strategy for private pensions. So go ahead, Alberto, please. It's a pleasure. Thank you very much for the invite. So to understand where we stand and comprehend the from the excellent exposition of Dr. Teodoro, I would like to share the history of why we're here. The scheme that Dr. Itriago presented is even pre-constitution. The IVSS predates the constitution from the 2000, and it has been under the era of the hurricane for 40 to 50 years. It has been heavily criticized. And when Carlos Andres Perez becomes president in the second period in 89, he starts with the whole economic reform in the country. And this brought that they wanted to modify everything that had to do with the social security system. Even though, as you know, there were social revolts, there were two coups d'etat that stopped this whole scheme of reforms of social security in Venezuela. And then Caldera president came. He still tried to update or refresh that social security system, And curiously enough, when President Chavez steps up in 99, he promotes a law for pensions in which the private funds of management are regulated. However, that law never came to be enforced. And in the 2000, the Asamblea Nacional Constituyente is established. They make a new constitution, and in that moment, all that progress that we could have had from these managers of pension funds, they stop completely in time because the constitution, even though there were people working on the constitution that talked about the participation of the private sector in pension management, most were sticking to the political proposal of President Chavez, and they considered that it was not wise, and that's the legal framework that we have nowadays. Nowadays, the Constitution establishes in the Article 80, it's very long, in the Article 86, that the social security system is a universal social system that is that depends on solidarity and participation. And something interesting in the Constitution is that the mandatory contributions can be managed only with social ends. And under the management of the state, we talk about we talk about this, but we're not talking about like proper management. But in future schemes, such as the ones that Dr. Tiago mentioned, I believe from the constitutional point of view, it's perfectly possible the private participation in the administration of pension funds. Now, there's an interesting topic in Article 80 of our constitutions that pensions that are provided by the social security system cannot be lower than the minimum wage in urban areas. At that time, in the year 2000, there were several private companies, important private companies such as Sidor, they were working with aluminum, or Electricidad de Caracas, and they had important plans, pension plans for their workers. These were private plans. So the question was, these private plans had to adjust the pensions to the minimum wage. At that time, minimum wage was different to the one that we have now. It was rather high, and the private pension systems were below that minimum wage. So in this instance, the constitution uh, was in, they interpreted that the concept of social security that was established in the Article 80 was wide. It didn't only cover social security that was managed by the state, but it also covered social security or the whole pension regime that these private companies provided. Again, like Banco Venezuela, Electricidad de Caracas, etc. All these companies, there was this interpretation issue from the 1980s, and in year 2000, the constitution room, they said that it was not admissible, but that was the beginning of it. Years later, in 2005, the pensioners from Cantebe, they tried to get a resource asking for the homologation of the coordination of their pensions based on the minimum wage. And this time, our, the people working on the constitution saying that that pension for the Article 80 was just for public and not private, they didn't understand the pension plans of private companies. Then this constitutional body in a rather, well, in a whim or in a unwise decision, they point out that yes, those retirement plans from private companies should also be considered part of the social security system. So retirement had to be coordinated with the minimum wage. And of course, that caused a lot of anguish for these private companies. And as what Salvador said at that time, this was going to cause, as it did happen, that private companies would stop being motivated to provide private pen, private pension systems. However, years went by. In 2002, there was a law for Social Security that had reformed in 2008, and lastly, we have a last reform that happened in 2012. With this law, it talks about that contributions can only be managed under the government, and it adds the management of the people by the state. If you see, while the constitution only talked about the management of the state that would allow the participation of the private sector, now we talk about management, and it's just a management, so it would seem that our current law excludes the participation of the private sector in the pension systems and, well, in social security. Article 11, it says that the state can make agreements to collect financial resources for contributions in social security. However, it all falls under the administration of the state. Actually, the transfer of property, of ownership of those resources, does not imply to the private sector or their management. In the Article 61, it says that all of us are forced to contribute to the social security system. But regardless of all of us being forced to do that, there's a possibility that in parallel or additionally, the private sector people can enroll to complementary plans managed by the private sector, public or mixed, that are regulated by the state. So it opens the door, and it is what Dr. Alejandro Silva is going to explain. Here it opens a door for the private sector to provide their workers pension retirement plans, which could be regulated by the state, but it could be more beneficial than the social security system that is public, in which we're talking about less than $4 a month. So Alejandro, you have the podium. I don't know. Alejandro says, I don't know if you can see the presentation. Yes, we can see it. So here's the idea in this exposition is to, to place some ideas in the structuring of the private plans for retirement, taking into consideration as what my peers mentioned, the system of retirement in Venezuela has a very strong presence in the state, in the public law, in their implementation and organization. So it needs to get away of that public right. That is not going to happen in Venezuela at short or medium term, because it would need a full reform and of the legal framework of these pensions. So to share from our side, to offer some solutions, we have thought about in the US Trust, which is a structuring of pension plans for workers with trust and direction. Basically, the people that are far from minimum wage, and that in Venezuela it is paid in dollars. So the trust, as we all know, is very something similar to a trust fund. We know it in the continental law is a legal fiduciary relationship between grantor, settled, trustee, and beneficiaries. Here would be the company could be the trustee or the settled. There's no issue of having them be both the grantor and trustee, and also an beneficiary organization that could transfer the funds from the grantor and to place them in an investment account so that it's an increase, and in the end it has performance through the verification of a condition that in this case we consider could be the seniority of the worker, the termination of the working relationship, or reaching a certain age. And to have a trust, it has to be documented in a trust deed where it establishes the rights, obligations, and conditions for the ending of the administration of the heritage. So here the grantor, the company, would generate the trust, and they would contribute on behalf of the employees these these contributions to put it into the private plan of retirement for the trustee, and the grantor, the company, transfers it to the trustee. The trustee manages it, and they have to establish very well the rights and obligations of the trustee. And finally, the last subject, the relationship of this legal fiduciary relationship. They have that fiduciary obligation to transfer this equity in, so that it's verified the condition. So the condition is verified. For example, here the seniority or the termination of the working relationship in these high executives. Also, in there's we have in this common law that it doesn't exist in our kind of law. It is understand that the trustee gets the equity from legal property, and not and that's the title under which they manage that equity transferred by the grantor. And after the condition is verified, that triggers the transfer of that equity. These last are the ones that have the legal ownership, which is the right of use and management of that equity. It is also important to mention, as we know in the trust fund of our kind of law, the trustee, it is understood that that equity is separate to the grantor, to the company, and to the trustee and the beneficiaries, in a way that the trust also benefits the subjects that fiduciary legal relationship, in the way that that separated equity is protected from legal action and protective measurements that may want to force the beneficiaries against these three subjects. So as it is not transferred, it doesn't operate in the condition of final transfer of the equity to the workers, the final beneficiaries, so that they have this protection. And lastly, the trust has two modalities. It can be taken away or not, depending on the reserve of rights and on the powers that the company has in relation to the management of the equity that is funded in the trust. So that, for example, if the company keeps the right to modify the obligations and the way they transfer and manage the equity, it is understood that it is revocable. But if this does not happen, it's irrevocable. This also happens if the grantor and the company is the same trustee, and it is understood that the trust is completely revocable automatically, regardless of what the trustee establishes. And this has a very important consequence in which the irrevocable trust, that this is put in the income tax at a rate of 37%, which is quite high, while the revocable trust is transparent to the grantor, to the company. So it applies the same rate in the income tax that it can be applied to the grantor. In the case of corporations in the US, it's 21%. So it's an important reduction of the income tax. And as final conclusions of this, we see that based on the exposition of Teodoro Antagon, Mr. Riz, there's of course legal limitations in Venezuela, and of course the participation of the private sector in the planning of these retirement plans, but through a proper consultation for legal activities, we consider that we could mitigate the risks to implement these kind of strategies. We can identify the risks and implement strategies to mitigate it. That is why in this regard, we consider that the structuration of a US trust would be viable as a strategy to provide private retirement plans, especially because it's very wise and it's away from the hard regulation of the IVSS, which translates into the high executives. And well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alejandro. Thank you, Alberto. Very, very good. Your exposition, and well, of course, the question that I have to make, this can this US trust be applied to any country, especially in Latin America? If another country would be interested in implementing or offering this service to high executives in companies of of the clients they manage, will it be possible to apply it? Yes, without a doubt. From the labor point of view and international planning, we have experience implementing these kind of strategies that are destined to planning this financial flow derived from the labor relationship and also the corporate relationship. And it would be important to have that to stop the double taxation that allows for a more efficient structure of the operation through a trust. But of course, it's possible to do it analyzing every concrete case. And of course, here with Mexico, Venezuela, and Spain, that I know, well, we have had these expositions, of course, with this taxation from the US. It offers a lot of benefits to the international taxation structure. And for Venezuela is key, this kind of structuring, because the economy is in practice completely depending on the dollar, and the payment to executives from companies that have no need of earning that much money a year. They do everything in with the US system, and these kind of structures of course are natural for companies in Venezuela, and of course companies in other countries. Thank you very much, Alejandro. And for all participants, of course, we're at the service through our firm. So if you want to learn more about these alternatives for their clients. And then we reach the previous part of this exposition. We have mm, our lawyer, Bachelor Chela. She's from Peru and she's going to explain how both kinds of pensions, be the ones from the state and public, have worked in Peru. Sheila, you have the podium. If you can share your slides, we would appreciate it. Thank you very much, and hello everyone. We're going to be sharing. Can you see this? Yes, the presentation from my colleague Carlos. We're going to be giving an exposition on how the pension system in Peru is handled, where two systems coexist, both public and private. And we see that in the first slide. In the first slide, we have that the right to benefits of health and pensions is found within the Constitution, and we have two systems, the Sistema Nacional de Pensiones and the private system of pensions. We have a national and a private one. The national one, the domestic one, is managed by a public entity, which is the Oficina de Normalización Provisional, OMP, and this system is funded by the workers. Basically, they withhold a percentage of the income of the workers, which is 13% right now, and that withholding is added to this common fund. So this fund from these collaborations, from these withholdings, is going to provide the current pensions. So this is how it is done. A requirement so that someone has a right to this kind of pensions in this system is the years in which they collaborate. Right now, the minimum time is 20 years. In other case, there's no right to pension by retirement, nor the reimbursement of, of contributions. Likewise, we have a need of that depends on the years of collaborations, and the average of the effective remunerations is the last 60 months, so more or less 5 years. And well, here we have the contribution to the pension fund in the reward. In this system, it has to do also with disability, surviving, and well, all those earnings come to this fund. So, but nowadays it's not very attractive to workers because it has limits, minimum and maximum. So for a worker with a high earnings, their maximum is 893 soles, which is around $240, and the minimum is 500 soles, which is also established by the rule, and it's minimum 134 US dollars. So it varies. So in this system, since it's managed by a public entity, there's no transfer because there's no entity that can get this, because no worker has like a private account. It's a common fund, and that's where the pensions come from for the people that are within the system. And in any case, if they choose it, they can leave that national system and go to the private sector, but everything that they collaborated to is lost. So they would have to start from scratch if they try to change the system, unless they had any kind of bond from the state. Now, the age of retirement in the public system is 65 years, but there's also anticipated possibilities, which depends, for example, on men as of 55 years of age, and 30 years of contribution for women 50 years of age and 25 years of contribution. And by every year it reduces a 4% based on the 65 years, which is the regular retirement age. And there's also special regimes for for retirement for risk based on risk, which as people in mining or construction, because they would not be able to wait to reach 65 years or to reach these 30 years of contribution to have the pension. For them, the requirements are more flexible due to their nature of their activities. Now, regarding the private system, this system was done in the 90s in Peru based on the crisis in the 80s. So when the government from Fujimori started, and there was a public regime in crisis, so they adopted a Chilean system and they created an alternative system. And this system is managed by private entities, which are the AFP, which are the management of the institutions for management of pensions. And it is as if every worker had a personal account, so they get these discounts, these withholdings from their earnings, and it goes to an individual account. Each worker that enrolls into this system, they have a personal account and all the withholdings go to their individual account. And besides their contribution, there's a performance that all FSSP, they also work alongside the stock market, so it has performance, it increases. And as well in some cases of recognition, because since this came from the 90s, at first we only had the public regime, so the people that moved to the private pension, the state recognized them and they provided a bond, but it only applies to some, not all, because it depends on how the system has been making progress. So how is this system funded? It is by a 10% that is withheld from the earnings of the worker, and this goes to their individual account. And a percentage of that compensation, it is determined in each for their risk of or disability or funeral expenses. And it has to collect a fee. There's two ways. There's several reforms that have been made to the system. There's a fee for flow and another for balance. The flow one on on the compensation is one fee, and the other one is what you have on your individual account. So this financial system is done through the withholdings of their compensations. There's no participation from the state. And there's also the possibility of the system to provide voluntary contributions. So it is like a savings account, an individual savings account for each worker in the system. And the public system, they also have retirement for age, for disability, etc. So what has happened? This private system, if it's based on what they withhold from my compensation, then I would understand that when I reach the retirement age, I would get an attractive pension that allows me to survive. But that's not the case. Pensions in this system, there's a lot of formulas that make the pensions very low. So what happened? The state, through the legislation power, had to find a way of social satisfaction to allow for these pensions to be increased, or the way in which it can be released and the workers have this fund available, because you have money saved, but when you put it through the formula, then the pension did not match the income that you had. So this private system started to be changed, and nowadays someone who decides and reaches to the retirement age, they may not get a monthly pension, but they may decide that 95.5% of that balance in that individual account, they will take it, they put it in their savings accounts, and they just leave that 0.5% for the social security and health. So it is as if you have an income at 65, you retire and you retrieve 95.5% of the living of the savings and the profits, and then each person can reinvest this money. And it was more made more flexible that up to 25% of the individual account that the worker has saved will be done to pay an, a mortgage credit. So there was a lot of controversy because basically they were losing the professional goal, which was to make sure that a person of a certain age could survive if they're not going to be working anymore. And this was giving flexibility. So, and with this, the fund was going to be minimal or zero, and taking into consideration that the 65%, 65 years, what are going to be the next is you put 45.5%, you're going to be needing to work because you're not going to have a pension if you decide to withdraw that money and you pay it in a mortgage. So it is a complicated situation. And there was also a delivery of 50% for when a retired person has terminal illness, for example, cancer. So there's a lot of controversy because they were losing the goal, which was the retirement pension for when someone stops working, so that they could get these monthly installments that would allow them to cover their needs and their survival. Since the FPP manages these personal accounts, there's different funds, zero until to three. So most of the people are in the fund two, which is a middle risk. So it depends on the world stage because of course this is all managed by the stock market. And there's a minimum amount for workers that have a certain amount of years between 65 and 20, and also for workers that as of 1982 were not in the national pension system. And it depends on what the worker has in their individual account. There's transfer because we have different AFPs that the worker can enroll to and they can make the transfer without an issue. The retirement age of this system also 65 years. We also have a anticipated system, and the ordinaries when men have 55 years of age, women 50, and they fulfill some requirements to make the projection of the pension that they could see in the future. So if the pension is equal or above 40% of the average earnings of the last 120 months with a density of 60%, then the worker can also withdraw 95.5% of their personal account or have a combination. If there's an anticipated retirement, it's also for people unemployed. So for men, it's as of 50 years, 55, and women 50 that have been unemployed for 12 months. They can also request an anticipated pension. So there's a lot of debates and proposals for reforming this system, this private system, because the public system has collapsed. Because the common fund is managed by the state and pensions have maximum limits and they don't know how they finance them. And in the private system, there's the issue that the pensions are also very low. So it's not attractive. That is why workers they don't they don't program this kind of they say that at 65 I retire and I get 95.5% of my AFP fund, and then I do what I want with my money. I put it in the savings account, I make payments, and then I keep working. So there's proposals for reforming the system. For example, on the topic of the affiliation, since there's a low rate of enrollment, there's not a high percentage because only formal companies can enroll workers. So if it could be all workers or people above 18 years, they have to enroll yes or yes to one of these systems, be it the public or the private. Another proposal is to expand or make it universal and all people above 18 be enrolled to one system. Then we would have to look at the way in which they're going to contribute so that they can reach the retirement age and they have a right to that pension because the the state has collapsed and they won't provide a pension. So the idea is that each person makes a contribution to ensure their future. And of course, the state would only assume a non-contributive situation in case of more than 65 years. And these are all proposals; they haven't been enforced. There are several proposals for debate, and something that does not exist in Peru is that only the workers are. It's mandatory to make these collaborations, and the employer makes the collaborations and they pay it, be it the public system or in the private system the employees do it. But freelance workers, they have no obligations to enroll in any system, not even informal ones. So there's a niche, there's a wide amount of workers, entrepreneurs, freelancers, they do not contribute. So what is the state going to do with them when they reach the retirement age? What will they be doing? Because the pension of the retirement does not only ensure the income but also on the health side. So they're looking at this reform in which freelancers also have the obligation to contribute to one system, be it the private or the public, to have a right to a pension and get a minimum amount. And this was tried like 10, 15 years ago, but there were a lot of protests against it from freelancers. So they would withhold the income tax, but since they were young, they wouldn't see the expectation that they were going to be returned. So the government backed down. But it's again another debate. And of course, there's also reforms to lower. There's debates on the fees that AFPs charge, that they also want to reduce it or make contests. And basically, these are the reforms that are in the country. These are the proposals that the Secretariat of Economy make to try to improve. But there's a lot to do in Peru because it's a one step forward, one step back. There's a lot of socialists because they have lost this the scope, because if the worker has the possibility that they can take all the money in their individual account and do whatever they want, then at 65 I pay my mortgage, and in the end I reach 90 and I don't have a pension anymore because I spent it. So this situation is also due to these measurements, these populist measurements. Also in COVID, there was also measurements taken to try to finance the situation that happened due to the closing of many companies. But yeah, that would be it. Yeah, thank you very much. This comparison of assessing the private system or even this hybrid system, but I think the answer is obvious, but I will ask, keep it brief as possible, which is the favorite system by workers? Yeah, the private. yeah, for people that have high incomes and for young people, it's more attractive to go to a fund where you are saving and you're going to have profitability, because in the other system there's limits and the pensions are very low in the national system. All right, thank you very much. Well, and to wrap up this, we'll have Gabriela. Gabriela, we have very short time, so please, if you can summarize it for 10 minutes. Okay, it says, I'm sorry, Carlos. I don't know if it would be possible to resume this topic later when we have the the talk about China and Alejandro Ferran. We can conclude this topic, given that our schedule has been pushed back. We have an exposition with Stefan Bouchon, and him in his country, it's very late, so it would be complicated for him to come back at the time that he would be needed. So please, I ask for your understanding. I don't know, Carlos, if it would be possible to have Esteban present his topic, and then we can come back to Gabi at around 7 p.m. Gabi, would it be possible to have your presentation at the time? Yes, of course, no problem. Thank you very much, Gabi. Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much for your attention. Thank you to all our panelists, to Aquilino, to Alejandro, Teodoro, and well, Gabriela, we're going to be waiting for for your panel. Thank you for your understanding. So let's move on. And from the legal committee from UC&CS, any question you can send it by internet, and any of us can answer you. Good afternoon. Well, in any case, please do not disconnect. We will be delivering the rewards before going to lunch. Okay, so after right now we have a very interesting presentation. Accountant Orfa, if you can give us the context. Good afternoon. And well, the purpose of this talk would be that participants get to know current alternatives to reduce risk through the diversification of their investments, protecting their heritage. I hope this is useful and is possible to make it into practice. Yeah, thank you. And we're talking with Stefan Pschon. He is from Suiza. He's the executive directive of UBS AG and responsible of the supervisor of active portfolios and consultation on active portfolios for private clients in Switzerland. More than 25 years of experience in Asilea and Zurich. Stefan, without further ado, thank you very much and apologize for the time, but you have the podium. Thank you. Thank you very much for adjusting your agenda and allow me to go back home. Welcome, everyone, to all members of UC&CS. We are here at the Prime Partners offices and not UBS because we had to leave UBS 25 years ago. In Geneva and Suiza, here is night, and my colleague Angela Miniti is talking, and myself, Stefan Puchon. So, more than 4 years ago, Prime Partners, yeah, let me share the presentation. Can you see it? Not yet, Stefan. Okay, so it's been over 4 years that Prime Partners and UC&CS joined forces with the goal of creating synergy and providing all members of UC&CS an interesting alternative for their professional contacts and their clients. Prime Partners is a company that is an independent management for assets. The idea is that to get access to financial institutions, there's two ways: having a direct, a direct client of a bank, and having access to a bank executive. And I'm giving you elements to see the differences. That's a mandate for, with a company like us, Prime Partners. The fact that going directly to a financial institution, be it a bank or an insurance, there's really a unique relationship that gives advice on products and service from the bank itself. It can provide high reputation and prestige, but in the end, there's a strong dependency on this institution and for the bank executive that, of course, will change in their life, their relationship. The idea when we leave the bank was to offer to our clients a long-term relationship without changes, without having to explain again the story of the heritage, the equity of the family, and have access, thanks to a company like ours, to different institutions and the whole scope of financial products that exist in the world. So that's how we work with our clients. The client is the investor, everything's under their name. They choose a bank where they're going to be, or banks, there can be different banks where they're going to be placing their equity, their heritage. And us in that triangle, we're going to aid the client in the relationship with the different financial institutions. It provides a high flexibility to our clients, and the bank becomes more like s- a safe box, and we're going to reach the best services that our clients seek. Not all of them search for the same services, and depending on the needs, we're going to be choosing a bank for each of our clients. The values that we have is to offer, and maybe I'll let Angela speak now. Yeah, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure being part of this presentation with Stefan. Allow me first to talk to you about what we consider one of the main values of our philosophy in Prime Partners. First, in our scope, we value the importance of having as the only contact point. This is not just a matter of commodity, but also a solid strategy that strengthens our collaborations and is key for a successful collaboration. In Prime Partners, we understand that time is measured in generations, And that is why we value the capacity of building solid and lasting relationships. We become a team that evolves and adapts as circumstances change, as well as goals. We are here to support needs as they develop, also facing s- uh, obstacles together. And we also consider that mutual trust is the foundation in which any successful relationship is based on. And for us, integrity and transparency are the principles that guide any financial decision. We operate with absolute impartiality. We are free of any conflict of interest, and our only priority is to provide recommendations and investment options to help achieve their financial goals with trust and calm. We value our total independency as a key asset to provide optimum solutions at the best price. We're not tied to any provider or any specific product, which means that we can look for in the market the best solutions and more profitable ones for you. This independence allows us to be flexible and adapt as the needs evolve and the financial environment as well. Now I'm going to be explaining the services that we provide. We provide a discrete management of portfolios that combines competency and customization. We have a risk profile, and we look for an investment strategy that adapts to needs and personal limitations. As a full rights partner, we provide regular updates on their portfolio and the state of the market. Besides, we make regular reviews to make sure that the investment strategy go in line with their goals. If a more active role is preferred in the management of the portfolio, we also provide active consultations on investments. We begin with an in depth analysis of their financial situation and their investment interests. We also work together to come up with a strategy of personalized, of customizable investment, and we provide regularly proposals and recommendations that adjust to the investment profile, providing our experience and guidance throughout the process. Also, our relationship as partners and deep knowledge of their situation through time allows us to have a global vision of the wealth. This enables us to help with the management, protection, and the transfer effectively. We also have tools of consolidation which provide a full vision of the wealth with these reports. We also supervise and assess the management made by other institutions in order to guarantee that everything is aligned to their goals. And lastly, through our wide network of international partners, we can provide support in topics related to taxation, the real estate, and of course, wealth planning. We can see some key numbers from Prime Partners. We are celebrating 25 years of Prime Partners, which was founded in 1998 by five former employees of the Swiss Bank Corporation, which is an old Sweden bank that made a fusion, they made a merger and they created UBS. That's why there was a confusion at the beginning. Currently, we have more than 50 employees in our three offices in Geneva, in Lausanne and Lisboa, most of which work in Geneva, where we are right now. We manage 1,140 clients, and as I mentioned, Prime Partners is completely independent since the full ownership belongs to the partners. We have a wide network of 40 deposit banks. These are the main ones with which we collaborate. And lastly, you can see in the map that we collaborate in four continents. We're not located in all of these places, but our managers work periodically to visit their clients. To all of those of you who are still here, thank you for your attention. I will let Stefan keep speaking. Well, this was a reminder of what we represent, and clearly for our clients, the main part of the KYC, the documentation, everything, we have been there's more talk about investments. So we're going to be talking about a little bit about the markets and have a review of the current situation. Those of you who remember last year, I had also talked about the situation of 2022, where all of these negative elements, for example, the energy crisis in Europe, the Ukraine-Russian war, the volatility of the raw material prices, problems with the chains of supply, inflation, the central banks that were trying to solve everything in their debt control in the markets and increasing their balance sheets. 1 year later, if we consider the same elements, we still the war is ongoing between Ukraine and Russia. We are a little bit used to it because there has been no changes, or at least not significant changes in this conflict. We're still in fear of atomic weapons, but it seems Ukrainian or Russia can move further or backwards. In yellow, central banks are still having issues to reduce their balance sheets. They still have a lot of investments. They have bought a lot of bonds and some shares in the markets, creating a very vast liquidity that made inflation to come back. There's still volatility in the raw materials. There was a correction in speculations, but there's a spike, and we can see prices increase, especially in energy. Oil is coming down a little, barely down $100 for Brent. So there's still concerns on this side. And the main point for risk is this wrong monetary policy risk, in which central banks try to dominate the situation. But in the past, they have shown that they are bringing volatility to the markets with liquidity, and inflation is temporary and it's not as temporary as expected. So this risk from central banks is still ongoing, and we'll see if they manage to dominate inflation without killing economy with the interest rates that have gone up so much. What's a more positive outlook is the energetic crisis in Europe. It's not that that cheap, but there's no more fear of not having power for heating in winter. I believe tanks are filled with gas, and still there's few issues with Russia and other sources of energy, and there's a better outlook for this. Then deglobalization is starting. I think countries that make the most of it are Mexico and Brazil, that can recover a lot of business from China that was lost in 2000, where decisions were made of producing everything in China, and now there's a recovery, and the US are trying to recover some of it in the border without having to transport everything by ship. And we see that they are trying get to get back in the border. They are not prepared to recover industry. They don't have the workforce, and the supply chains are also similar. There's no more production cuts in the vehicle industry. There has been a positive progress, but there are still some doubts in the markets. Now, enemy number one for months has been inflation. There has been an improvement in the US. That's the blue line. The US have been anticipating some months in comparison to Europe that still face a relatively high inflation. And we also see that China has a better outlook. The fear is that there's a spike again, and that the success of coming back to the 2%, because that's the objective of all central banks. They want to have inflation at 2%, and we are far away from this goal. The spike of the energy prices are concerning the markets because to observe the prices, Americans have diminished the strategic sources, and it's at an all-time level and a very low level, and they are having issues trying to fill the tanks again. What's interesting is that in all this, the economy, especially in the US, has been very resilient. As well, the labor market, you can see that the impact of the interest rate has started, but companies were successful in keeping margins in the last months. European Union has been more impacted, but I'm going to mention this afterwards because their economy is very different to that in the US without having the that technology and with a more cyclic profile, more industrial. Now the fight against inflation has been very hard because I am showing just the rates in dollars. The Fed only took the decision on the green line to fight inflation with a bit of a delay at the beginning, but now we can see that they make decisions until inflation goes down, and rates at long term, they didn't go up that much because there was hope that that inflation was going to be controlled. But we can see that it is much more complicated exercise than expected, and we can see the long term rates, like the red line, that are going up, and we have historically high rates. So we'll have to see how the economy can take this strengthening in the monetary policies. Also, these rates are pressuring the banking system. Clients are getting the liquidity of the accounts and they are investing in treasury bonds. And banks, they lack liquidity, and there were banks that went broke in the US. And here in the image on the left, we have the big banks. The blue line are the big banks in the US, and the regional banks, they went down a lot, especially in Mars. The line blank is the Credit Suisse in Switzerland. It didn't go broke, but it virtually did, and it was bought at a very low cost by UBS. And the orange line is the real estate sector in China, and we can see how in China there's debt issues and liquidity and everything put together. To the right, we have these prices in raw materials, and we see that there was a correction in speculations from last summer, but prices are starting to go up again. So this might convince central banks of keeping moving in rising the tax rates and in the interest rates, and maybe in a market where there's no influence in the central banks on the rates at long term. Clearly, with the debt that the world is facing, this spike is placing under pressure the governments that will have to pay a lot more on the debt of the country that they have paid in the last 10 years. The debt, to show you what's happening, in the orange line in the US, here from 1 month or so, the decision of raising the debt ceiling. In this decision, the debt had never gone up so much in such a little time. So there's no limits for 18 months. And we see that the US are making the most of it, and because there's no longer the ceiling debt, and in Europe they're also accelerating the debt level for the European Union. So without the use of debt, there's no growth. So I don't know how this problematic is going to be solved. But the growth that we have now is linked to a debt level and negative budgets from most countries in the world. Here to the right, in the central banks in the US and Europe, in blue, the vertical line in the pandemic, so that there's no lack of liquidity. Uh, they intervened a lot in the markets, and now they're starting at a high level to try to reduce the positions that they have in the box. In economic activity and the pandemic crisis in 2020 and the high recovery in the following years, we can see that we are going back to low growth, and the current fear is that there's no recession. We're probably going to be facing a soft recession, which is what the central banks are expecting, but we hope that they don't make bad decisions. But China is trying to be lower than in the past, and they're going to be finding themselves that they're not trying to grow. In the US, the difference is in the technology, because the index of the P500 would be negative. So they made the most out of these lenses. Also from Nvidia and the profits that they made thanks to artificial intelligence in Europe. So we don't have these kind of sectors. So we couldn't make the most of it, profit from it. And in China, what they're trying to do is that there's no drop in the real estate sector that may affect the banking system. So this is the part where we have to pay more attention. It is a different representation. This is the SP500 with different sectors. And the red and green boxes are the companies. The names are not important, but we can see that in the US, technology represents about 30% of the index, and it increased in telecoms a lot in services. And the traditional sectors, for example, pharmaceutics and industry, consumption, they are smaller and they didn't have the success of technology. It is to represent it in a different way. This market has a 10% of positive result, but mostly thanks to technology. Here, this is more recent, from the day before yesterday, all the sectors, the same sectors, but in lines. And we can see many of them that are close to the 0%. Some others are going in that direction. And then we see these lenses that really profited from it. And they will probably make more profit in the future because it is not the first expenditure that people will cut off. No one's going to stop paying for Spotify or Excel or the internet, but maybe they will cut back on their car or food, but not on technology. So I believe that technology still has an interesting potential. Now, perspective for the following months, it's a little difficult to say about all 2024, but it all depends a lot on the central banks and their interventions. If they need to increase the rates, the next G meeting in November, and the markets foresee a 40% of an additional increase. So markets imagine that they may go up, especially that the rates might go up in dollars. What we see now in markets is that they're going to be staying longer than expected. And there's leads that tell us that they won't go down until 2024. So it would be something new. And in the US, we have to mention as well that there was a reduction in the rating of the country due to the issue with the debt ceiling. It's no longer 3A, now it's 3A minus or something like that. And it had an impact, especially since there's no more ceiling, the budgets are very, very negative. So we'll have to see what happens in the following months. Also, in the debt from the US, in the financing of it, we saw a reduction in investments from China. China bought a lot of treasury bonds, also Saudi Arabia. But first, it was the first that were helping to finance the American debt. These ones probably had an impact on the rates at long term for about 30 years. The regional banks, as I mentioned, but that have liquidity issue, there's a small crash in the real estate market, and those that finance this kind of real estate are the national banks, the regional banks. We should be afraid of banks? No, I don't think so really, because in Switzerland we had that the Credit Suisse was within the five more important banks in the world, and it was fixed with an intervention from the government, which nearly ended the bank and would put them in the hands of the biggest one. So there's also this alternative in the US in which the big ones can absorb these regional banks if the state compensates a little bit the losses. And in variable income, it's a little more difficult than before, because now it can impact the interest rates and the companies that have debt, or how it impacts the companies that want to finance new projects. And we can see that the effect against inflation can be felt in the economy, and we will see a lower growth and maybe a soft recession. This is the best that we can expect. So it's going to be more difficult, probably, that we're going to be having to choose certain sectors, maybe not buying more indexes, but to make a diversification of the sector. An apology, as of now, we're going to be, the interpretation is going to be stopping, but whoever wants to keep reading the subtitles in English, they can keep doing it through the closed captions.
Sí. Meses y como lo mencioné antes, mantener una inversión en la tecnología, quizás no en la tecnología que se vende a un price earning de 80 o de 100 y tratar de buscar empresas que no están evaluadas a niveles demasiado altos. Las rentas fijas ahora se ve como una alternativa muy competitiva porque logramos a corto plazo de obtener como un 5,5%, un 3,5% en euro. También en Suiza tenemos por fin otra vez tasas positivas después años de tasas negativas, que fue bastante duro para invertir. Y no, ¿dónde va rentas fijas? Ok, me equivoqué con esta, porque en rentas fijas conservé los comentarios de las acciones, pero en rentas fijas sí se pueden obtener rendimientos muy interesantes. También en el investment grade no hay más que ir a empresas o países con rating por debajo de los 3B. Entonces, quedándonos en el investment grade, hay alternativas muy interesantes. Pensamos nosotros que es tiempo de no tener más entre el 2 y 5 años, porque se obtienen rendimientos mucho más altos a muy corto plazo y va a ser tiempo de irse a más largo plazo porque al fin del día van a bajar estas tasas de intereses si vemos un crecimiento más bajo. Entonces, podríamos ver inversiones a 10 años esperando una baja de los rendimientos. Divisas, este es lo complicado. Realmente, el año pasado hubo mucha volatilidad y este año, después de 9 meses, se ve también una volatilidad relativamente importante, excepto entre el dólar y el euro. Han sido los dos bastante estables, pero dentro de las divisas, si buscamos rendimientos afuera de su moneda de referencia y todo, puede ser un juego bastante riesgoso. Lo recomendamos quedarse en sus monedas respectivas. El dólar, como deberían bajar los rendimientos del dólar antes de los de euro, podría ser débil todavía unos meses y se ve que hay monedas que tienen un comportamiento increíble. Hablo del Mexican peso, del Colombian peso y también del real, que subieron muchísimo frente al dólar. Claramente, en el caso del peso, se pagan tasas de intereses llegando a los 12, a corto y a largo plazo, entre 10 y 12. Entonces, no sé cómo se van a manejar estas tasas tan altas con una moneda fuerte. Normalmente, si tenemos la moneda fuerte, tenemos tasas más bajas, pero los dos juntos va a ser difícil de manejar en el futuro. Y hablo del oro porque para nosotros es como una divisa. Podría sufrir y ya empezó a sufrir el oro porque el costo de tener oro aumentó muchísimo porque aprovecho de tasas a cero, pero ahora debe combatir con rendimientos entre 5 y 6%. Entonces podría tener un interés menor por parte de los inversionistas. Materias primas, no sabemos. Entonces, hubo la baja de la especulación, pero ahora hay la baja de la actividad económica que debería hacer bajar los precios, pero se ve que no es tan fácil en este caso. La energía está subiendo, los metales, por lo menos unos metales, están repuntando después los niveles más bajos. Y también la comida, no estamos protegidos de una baja de la producción en ciertas partes del mundo. Hay sequías gigantescas en todas partes. Todavía Ucrania casi no produce más y tiene muchísimo para vender, pero está difícil sacar estas cereales con los barcos. Es una situación difícil de analizar. Entonces, este se mira únicamente como elemento riesgoso para la inflación y estamos en un movimiento que no ayuda a la inflación. Los desafíos, regreso con los bancos centrales, las políticas monetarias que confirmaron todas que quieren ver la inflación regresar a 2%. Y en Europa es 3 veces más todavía. Entonces, sin provocar una recesión, va a ser difícil. Y además cuidar todo el sector financiero. Se encuentra en un equilibrio muy interesante para mirar, pero de lo que vemos parecen tener un éxito en esto. Entonces, vamos a ver, quizás lo retomaré el próximo año en nuestro nudo gordiano. Y la política ahora, porque las empresas y todo se mueven bien, no hubo cambios excepto las tasas de intereses, no hubo cambios fiscales, no hay nuevas fronteras. Es un mundo bastante estable desde mucho tiempo, entonces realmente los desafíos se concentran en la parte estatal y en la política al fin no van a poder endeudarse hasta más que lo que tenemos ahora. Estamos llegando a los 125% del GDP. Hubo quiebras de países a 130, 150. Entonces, realmente va a ser un punto muy serio para los gobiernos. El aumento del servicio de la deuda es relativo, subió muchísimo, pero está a un nivel bastante más bajo que hemos conocido en el pasado, porque el GDP Es algo que van a tener que mirar también en el futuro. Aquí estamos, ¿eh? Angela y Estefan, siempre a sus órdenes. Sí, sí, no sé, no sé si tenemos tiempo para preguntas o si quieren comentar algo. Yo creo que recupere algo de tiempo para los próximos que van a hablar.
Sí, todo muy bien, Estefan, muy bien, muy interesante. Nos das un panorama mundial de la economía y las finanzas. Si alguien tuviera alguna pregunta, por favor, indicarlo.
Hola, hola, Estefan, ¿cómo estás? Buenas
Muy
tardes.
bien,
Un gusto
muy bien. ¿Y
conocerte.
tú?
Bien, gracias. Y Ángela, también un gusto conocerlos. Oye, pues nada más, fíjate que ha sido controversial mucho de el tema de las inversiones, principalmente por sucesos como pandemia, guerra, etcétera. Pero aquí lo que nosotros como contadores, como firma internacional, no hemos sabido cómo promover a nuestros. ¿Qué consejo nos podrías dar a nosotros, considerando que el perfil de los socios que estamos en la firma es un perfil, sí, algunos somos asesores, algunos estamos metidos en algunos negocios, seguramente todos están, pero nuestro perfil es más un perfil financiero, auditor, y muchas veces no logramos, digamos, concientizar o promover este tipo de productos o servicios a nuestros clientes. Entonces, ¿qué consejo nos podrías dar a todos los socios que estamos aquí presentes para poder promover este tipo de beneficios, este tipo de ahorros o inversiones en lugares como Suiza particularmente, ¿no?
Es así, ustedes tienen seguramente dos tipos de clientes. Hay las empresas que tienen tresoría y yo creo que si no tienen conceptos, proyectos de crecer el negocio y todo, tienen que proteger esta parte de tresoría y en esto recomendamos siempre ser muy prudente y todo, pero mantener contra la inflación y todo, mantener el nivel o el valor de la caja de las empresas y tenemos, empezamos a tener clientes de empresas mexicanas que deponen una parte de la tresoría con nosotros donde vamos a buscar. Ahora hay una situación especial donde el peso mexicano está fuerte y hay tasas interesantes, pero no fue así toda la vida. Entonces, tenemos este tipo de clientes. Y hay también los privados, los accionistas o los ejecutivos de estas empresas. Yo creo que ellos tienen también que pensar, porque si analizamos la situación de muchas personas privadas que tienen patrimonio en América Latina, el patrimonio está principalmente en la empresa, en inmobiliario, muchísimo en inmobiliario, demasiado quizás, y una parte en los Estados Unidos donde invierten en planes. Pero ahora lo nuevo que hay desde, voy a decir, 5 o 7 años, es que hay muchas inversiones que deben ser fiscalmente adecuadas para que al día de la declaración o de la venta de la ganancia no haya un desastre fiscal. Entonces es también un punto que tomamos en cuenta más y más hasta ofrecer productos específicos para cada país para que la inversión sea adecuada con la situación del país y las leyes. Entonces, son análisis que hacemos, que presentamos a los clientes y siempre como independientes buscamos soluciones del lado de la institución financiera lo más barato posible y también en la selección de los productos porque se esconden muchas comisiones en los productos financieros y nosotros analizamos esta parte con mucha precaución y normalmente nunca compramos productos que tengan estas comisiones escondidas. Esta es la parte de confianza que estaba vendiendo Ángela con mucho más éxito que yo.
Vale, gracias. Y otra segunda pregunta, Estefan,
Sí.
que seguramente esto pasa en todos los países, no conozco obviamente todos los países, principalmente de América Latina o de Asia, pero al menos tú sí que conoces muy bien México, sabes que aquí en México una persona que ya tiene un capital, un patrimonio importante, hablemos, digo importante, puede ser para alguien mucho o para otros pocos, pero hablemos de alguien que tiene 10 millones de pesos o 20 millones de pesos o $1,000,000, más o menos, ¿no? Nuestros bancos, de acuerdo con la Comisión Nacional Bancaria de Valores en México, solamente te protegen hasta 3 millones de pesos. Pues, ¿estamos de acuerdo? Es decir, que si ese banco llega a quebrar, el seguro o la garantía de la regulación de la CNBV, pues solamente de tus 20 millones te van a quedar 3 millones de pesos. ¿Por qué? Pues porque el banco no. Es difícil que eso pase, pero ha pasado, ¿no?
Sí, sí.
Entonces, promover la inversión en Suiza, es decir, en Suiza, ¿qué garantía tienen los bancos? Porque sabemos que los bancos suizos son de los bancos más importantes del mundo. En la Primera, en la Segunda Guerra Mundial, todo mundo se llevó su dinero a Suiza. Siempre ha sido, por ende, un país con una estabilidad económica y con un potencial financiero en cuanto al blindaje del secreto bancario y en cuanto a la garantía de que tu dinero esté ahí. Sobre eso, ¿Suiza tiene un límite o tiene alguna desventaja en función de eso?
Es así, en Suiza había 3 bancos que se llaman Banco Suizo, UBS y Credit Suisse. UBS casi quebró, fue rescatado para el Banco Suizo, ahora se llama UBS y Credit Suisse desapareció. Entonces, eran los bancos que realmente eran en los mercados internacionales, participaban a todos los préstamos, realmente estaban bastante agresivos con al fin el dinero de los clientes. ¿No? Normalmente, si no hay necesidad particular, nosotros nunca recomendamos estos bancos. Hay unas personas que pueden ser interesados a UBS, pero Suiza tiene un sistema bancario de bancos privados o de bancos cantonales que tienen la garantía del Estado y los bancos privados lo que hacen es únicamente un negocio de custodia. No prestan, no participan en productos derivados y todo. Entonces, cada noche ponen el efectivo en el Banco Central y lo retiran la mañana siguiente. Entonces, puedo decir que estos bancos no tienen ningún riesgo, ningún. Y no hay un esquema de garantir el saldo de las cuentas, porque el riesgo único es lo que hay en el balance sheet del banco sobre la cuenta. Todo que está invertido no tiene riesgo de quiebra. Entonces, no vemos ningún riesgo, al contrario, es una de las fuerzas de Suiza, es de tener este tipo de banco. Y yo como independiente, representando los intereses de mis clientes, si escucharía algo de humo, de algo en un banco, de una vez vamos a invertir hasta no dejar un centavo en la cuenta hasta que encontremos una solución diferente para nuestros clientes. Lo hicimos con el Credit Suisse. Hemos invertido todo esperando que se tome una decisión y por fin no pasó nada para los clientes, pero estábamos preparados.
Muchísimas gracias, Estefan, por esta excelente presentación. Le vamos a hacer entrega a Almita, si me haces el honor de entregar este reconocimiento. Y si tienen alguna duda, por favor, si lo pueden extender a través del chat y lo haremos llegar, la respuesta la haremos llegar a través del correo. Muchas gracias. Adelante.
Muchas gracias y buen día a todos. Y para ciertos, hasta la próxima semana.
Bueno,
Es correcto, Estefan, es correcto.
Buenas tardes
Adelante,
a todos.
Anita.
Hasta
Colega,
luego.
hay que esperarnos, Estefan, para entregarte tu reconocimiento por tu participación en este tema, que pues es muy importante estar en línea porque son una serie de detalles, principalmente de riesgos y de confianza, como tú bien lo señalabas. Entonces, pues me da mucho gusto tener la oportunidad de proporcionarte este reconocimiento en tu participación. Voy a dar lectura literal como lo indica el documento, ¿no? Otorga el presente diploma a nuestro colega licenciado Estefan Ocho por su valiosa participación como expositor en la 24ª Congreso Anual de nuestra firma de 2023 con el tema de diversificación de recursos para proteger tu patrimonio. Entonces, que fue impartido con fecha de hoy, 28 de septiembre, vía Webex, con una duración de 1 hora. Pues muchas gracias por tu aportación de tu experiencia y qué gusto saludarles. Hasta pronto.
Muchas gracias. Hasta luego.
Sí, y por supuesto firmado por nuestro presidente, que es Mauricio Mubarak. Y aquí estamos.
Gracias, Estefan. Gracias, Alma. Para los que quisieran platicar algo con Estefan, él va a estar en México a partir del miércoles. De hecho, lo hemos invitado a que pase al Hotel Diplomático el miércoles en la tarde. Así que quien quisiera tener alguna reunión con él, los que vienen a la Junta Anual, por favor avisarme y yo me encargo de coordinar la cita con Estefan. Gracias, Estefan.
Muchas gracias.
Continuamos, Judith.
Ok, hasta luego.
Hasta pronto, Estefan. Y bueno, pues le puedo, si ustedes me lo permiten, le cedo el micrófono a la contadora Orfa para que nos platique qué vamos a escuchar a continuación. Adelante, Orfa, y muchas gracias a todos y por comprender que estamos por cuestiones de tiempo muy limitados y respetando las presentaciones que siguen. Y todos los que tengan alguna pregunta, por favor, externarla a través de este chat. Y también les pido, por favor, que les enviemos una encuesta también por correo o por los grupos, para que nos apoyen contestándola, porque es importante para una de las presentaciones que vienen después. Muchas gracias. Adelante, Orfa.
Gracias, Judith. Buenas tardes a todos. Y bueno, ya estamos muy cerquita de la hora de la comida, pero ya para aprovechar el tiempo, vamos a dar a conocer los últimos avances en la profesión por parte de la IFAC. Son novedades que nos tienen ahora en la IFAC. Judith, adelante.
Sí, muy
bueno, pues muchísimas gracias. Todos conocemos a nuestra siguiente expositora, una excelente mujer, admirable. Ella, pues, tiene su formación como contador público por el Instituto Tecnológico Autónomo de México, ITAM. Es maestra en Administración por el ITAM, doctora en Ciencias de Administración por la Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México, profesional certificado en finanzas por el Instituto Mexicano de Ejecutivos de Finanzas y tiene un currículum de verdad muy respetable, muy amplio, profesora de tiempo completo por más de 30 años en el ITAM, siendo su especialidad el área de gobierno corporativo y medición del desempeño. También cuenta con diferentes reconocimientos a nivel nacional, internacional, tiene muchísimos artículos y libros también en su haber. Y sin más preámbulos y con todo respeto, le cedemos el micrófono a la doctora Silvia Melgen. Por favor, doctora, el micrófono es todo suyo, la escuchamos. Adelante.
Muchas gracias, Judith. Buenas tardes, como bien dice, pues ya se aproxima la hora de la comida. Tengo una presentación un poco amplia, pero bueno, trataré de ser muy ágil y la verdad no dejar nada en el tintero, porque creo que la agenda de IFAC es muy robusta y si algo tenemos en la profesión justamente es esta capacidad de organización a nivel mundial, en la que todos nos beneficiamos, dado que las iniciativas vienen, ¿no?, de lo que está pasando y que nuestra profesión ha tenido siempre esta habilidad de negociar y de posicionarse adecuadamente en todo momento. Entonces, bueno, pues me voy a permitir compartir la presentación. Y una de las cosas por las que también pues quise, ¿no?, que esta fuera de alguna manera el nombre de la presentación, es porque actualmente ocupo dos posiciones en IFAC. Una es la de miembro asesor de un grupo que se llama Professional Accounting Organization Development Committee, y lo que se ve es justo cómo se está desarrollando la profesión a través de sus organismos profesionales en el mundo y también de su Membership Committee. Entonces, por tener pues acceso, digamos, de primera mano a esta información, pues me permito compartir con ustedes justamente cuál es la visión de IFAC para el 2023, que bueno, pues obviamente ya estamos en el segundo semestre, pero hay un plan bien organizado de la profesión y creo que simplemente cuando pensamos cuál es la visión y propósito, si existe de nuestra profesión, es bueno saber que estamos hablando de una visión que pretende ser sostenible, como ahora se habla, ¿no?, de todas las organizaciones, y que se visualiza también el impacto que podemos tener. Entonces, en este sentido, pues se pone al centro de la visión el cumplir con los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, sobre todo, obviamente, algunos de ellos, no los 17, pero sí es bueno que la profesión ya tenga visualizado al centro de la visión cómo la profesión contribuye a impactar los ODS y como profesión, evidentemente, también saber que a través de todo lo que hacemos de manera organizada, tenemos un impacto tanto en los mercados financieros y las economías como en la organización del sector público y del sector privado. Entonces, a veces cuando se escucha, ¿no?, que debido a los avances tecnológicos o debido a lo que se va a requerir en el futuro, nuestra profesión va a desaparecer o ciertas actividades que hacemos van a desaparecer, si volteamos a ver cómo se visualiza esta visión, este propósito y este impacto, pues la verdad sería imposible pensar que vamos a desaparecer. Obviamente existe mucho de que vamos a pues migrar, ¿no?, a otras cosas, pero la idea de que la tecnología nos va a desplazar, pues está totalmente fuera de lugar. Los temas importantes para IFAC en el año 2023, pues están centrados mucho en el mapa de qué va a pasar con el tema de sostenibilidad, cómo puede participar la profesión en el tema de sostenibilidad, obviamente cómo podemos innovar, pero sí seguir con el concepto de ser líderes y líderes en una época que es predominantemente digital. Obviamente garantizar, seguir ofreciendo servicios de alta calidad e integridad, y ver que estos dos sectores en los que podemos participar, ya sea el sector privado o el sector público, realicemos una función en donde siempre haya transparencia y haya accountability o esta responsabilidad. Y finalmente, que todos tenemos un quehacer en salvaguardar el futuro de la profesión. ¿Por qué? Pues es que tenemos que atraer talento, tenemos que desarrollarlo, tenemos que tener un ecosistema que se enriquezca. Y justamente el pertenecer a una firma, el pertenecer a organismos profesionales y el estar hablando de estas redes en donde podemos aprender unos de otros, pues es la manera perfecta de salvaguardar nuestra profesión. Vamos a hablar del primer tema, de cómo hemos avanzado en la sostenibilidad y cómo lo está viendo el IFAC a nivel global. Como dice aquí, desde el 2020 el tema de sostenibilidad se convirtió en algo muy importante y todos estamos seguros de que la pandemia fue como uno de los ejemplos de que algo que sucede en el medio ambiente puede cambiar pues el funcionamiento de la economía, y evidentemente las organizaciones pueden aprovechar esta situación, lo pueden ver como una oportunidad. Veíamos cómo ciertas industrias se han beneficiado, pero otras no, pero otras esta situación pues no han sabido canalizarla adecuadamente, se han convertido en riesgo, incluso pues se mencionaba que hemos visto muchas empresas desaparecer. Entonces, ¿qué quiere decir? Que así como la pandemia, vamos seguramente en el futuro a ver muchos eventos que no teníamos en el radar, sabemos que pueden ocurrir, pero como dicen, pues no tenemos aquí la bola mágica, pero sí hay que ir con esta idea de que pueden ocurrir fenómenos externos, pueden ocurrir situaciones que de pronto hagan que nosotros reaccionemos rápido, ¿no? Y esa es la palabra de la resiliencia, ¿no? Que si yo venía haciendo las cosas de una manera, pues eso no quiere decir que pueda seguirlas haciendo de la misma en el futuro y que me tengo que ir adaptando, y esa adaptación tiene que ser muy rápida, porque si no me quedé, digamos, abajo, ¿no? Me quedé atrás y esto pues me va a representar un gran riesgo. Entonces, IFAC, ¿cuáles ve que sean los pilares en torno al tema de la sostenibilidad? Bueno, primero, evidentemente, contar con estándares, los cuales ya vimos que, pues de una manera, yo diría muy ágil, pues ya están ahí, ¿no? Ya tenemos, afortunadamente para el gremio, que la Fundación IFRS es la que toma también con un brazo diferente, ¿no? De la información financiera, toma el tema de la sostenibilidad y ya tenemos el estándar 1 y el estándar 2 listos para ser implementados con obligatoriedad a partir del próximo año. Pues créanlo que para hacer un estándar se requiere mucha organización, mucho tiempo, y esto realmente fue rápido, relativamente rápido, dado que ya existían avances importantes por otras organizaciones. Después, el segundo es, bueno, si ya tenemos estándares, evidentemente esta información que se va a convertir en, de alguna manera, requerida, pues necesita ser asegurada o verificada. Si para la información financiera tenemos la parte del dictamen y de la auditoría, pues para la parte de la información no financiera requerimos también un cierto tipo de garantías, y ya está también, ahorita lo vamos a ver, la norma de aseguramiento de esta información en auscultación. Ahora, ¿qué enfoques va a tomar la profesión? Evidentemente no se puede tomar todo el enfoque. Entonces, el enfoque que se debe de tomar es el que siempre hemos tenido, que es un enfoque desde el preparador, o sea, quién prepara esta información, y para ello enfocarnos obviamente en informes que no hemos manejado tradicionalmente, como informes que tienen que ver con el cambio climático y el impacto del cambio climático en las organizaciones, como esta visión sistémica de cómo integrar la información. También evidentemente existe estos compromisos a nivel país de llegar, ¿no?, al net zero hacia el 2050 con compromisos intermedios en el 2030. Y la pregunta de, así como hubo las IFRS y las IFRS para pymes, pues ¿qué va a pasar con el ESG? Si vamos a tener un ESG para pymes, y a la vez la labor de los S&Ps. Los S&Ps son los Small and Medium Practices, ¿no? O sea, las firmas, que así como hay empresas medianas y pequeñas, pues hay firmas medianas y pequeñas, ¿no? Entonces, ¿cómo va a ser el panorama para todos? Obviamente, los últimos dos pilares tienen que ver con la fortaleza que representa nuestra profesión desde la parte ética y desde la parte de una buena gobernanza corporativa. Y por último, que tenemos que tomar o vislumbrar todo el ecosistema completo. Básicamente, educación. Porque cuando ya están, ¿no?, cuando ya está puesta la mesa, como dicen, ya están los estándares, tanto de la parte de preparación de información como de aseguramiento, ya están nuestros pilares de nuestro código de ética, de un código de mejores prácticas de gobierno corporativo. Pues, ¿qué falta? Pues evidentemente falta educarnos, falta entrenarnos para hacerlo de manera correcta, con la calidad con la que siempre hemos prestado servicios. Todavía no ha ido tan rápido la parte de las IFSAs, que son la parte que le toca a los gobiernos, y obviamente que tiene mucho que ver también con la parte de las finanzas sostenibles. Digo, esto quizá está pequeño, pero es tal cual maneja la información IFAC, en el sentido de preguntar, bueno, ¿y qué va a pasar con el tema de sostenibilidad en cada uno de los países? Si ustedes ven en la parte de abajo, donde dice el bloque 1, el bloque 1 es el foco justamente en el inversionista y el foco de los estándares de sostenibilidad del S1 y del S2, en donde pues se viene, ¿no?, la misma idea que se aplicó para las IFRS, en donde el lugar donde va a ser aplicado de manera seguramente rápidamente obligatoria es en los mercados de valores. Y después, bueno, pues cada jurisdicción con la autoridad local dirá para quién es requerido, ¿no? Pero si ustedes recuerdan, lo que sucedió en el caso de las IFRS es que se le dijo a cada país, pues tú decides si adaptas tu norma local o si adoptas la norma internacional. Tú decides. Entonces México dijo, no, yo la voy a adaptar. Y entonces empezó este recorrido de ver las diferencias que existían entre la norma local y la internacional, un recorrido que no ha terminado aún, ¿no?, porque a medida que cambia la norma internacional, pues ahí vamos nosotros siguiendo la norma internacional, adaptando la local, y pues es un camino largo y tortuoso, ¿no? Y de pronto pues se llegó en términos mundiales a decir, la IOSCO dijo, mira, aunque cada país haya optado por adaptar o adoptar, si tú cotizas en un mercado de valores, tienes que llevar la norma internacional, ¿no? Entonces, digamos que la parte de decir, bueno, cada gobierno decide o cada jurisdicción decide, pero si tú cotizas y tú ahora más que cotizar eres una institución o una organización de interés público, que en donde o sea, la responsabilidad es mayor, ya sea un mercado de deuda o de valores, pues entonces seguramente va a pasar lo mismo en el terreno de las normas de sostenibilidad. Y bueno, adicionalmente puede pasar que cada jurisdicción requiera ampliar la información de sostenibilidad más allá del enfoque del inversionista, tales como lo hizo Europa o decidió hacerlo Europa, donde las normas europeas de sostenibilidad van más allá del foco del inversionista e incluyen a otros grupos de interés. En México, la Comisión Nacional Bancaria de Valores aún no se ha pronunciado qué vamos a hacer. Estamos en espera de que esto suceda. Parece que será hasta, bueno, no pasa de este año, en donde tengamos ya de alguna manera idea de cuál va a ser el camino que siga México. Pero de cualquier manera, creo que para las empresas que son de interés público tendrán que enfocarse en la norma internacional. Ahora, ¿qué ha hecho IFAC? Bueno, el IFAC ha tratado de entender cuál es el estado del arte, cómo se encuentra ahorita el tema de los reportes o de las revelaciones y el aseguramiento en materia de sostenibilidad. El primer reporte lo hizo en 2019, hizo otro en 2020 y uno en 2021, también para ver pues si existe mayor penetración o qué está pasando en este sentido. Lo que podemos ver ahorita en la presentación son los principales hallazgos. Por ejemplo, pues podemos ver que las empresas que se tomaron como muestra, que obviamente son empresas que cotizan en el mercado de valores, sí han aumentado la información ESG o ASG, ha pasado del 91 al 95, y también el aseguramiento de estos reportes ha pasado del 51 al 64, lo cual, bueno, pues es bastante bueno en 2 años. Y este aseguramiento, lo que no es una buena noticia para nosotros, es que de haber sido realizado por firmas un 63%, ahora en el 2021 baja a un 57%. Pues entender por qué cuando se trata de pedir un aseguramiento de esta información, se pide a alguien que no tradicionalmente lo ha hecho, no se le pide a una firma de contadores, sino a otros expertos que lo hagan. Ahora, este aseguramiento es limitado, como se ve arriba en el cuadro a la derecha, y sin embargo, aunque lo hagan otras firmas, utilizan la norma internacional de aseguramiento número 3000. Es decir, no importa si lo hace firma o no firma, el punto es que se utiliza como referencia la norma de aseguramiento 3000 y obviamente en el caso de otros proveedores la penetración de la norma es menor, pero ha ido en aumento. Esto nos da ventajas y tenemos justo por eso que rápidamente empaparnos de la norma y vender como profesión que somos los más adecuados para otorgar este servicio. En el mapa global seguimos viendo cómo, por ejemplo, en el caso de México, el 86% de las empresas presentan información ESG. De estas, 46% son aseguradas y el 85% en el caso de México lo hacen firmas de contadores. Entonces, podemos decir que nosotros sí tenemos una importante penetración y no tenemos quizá que luchar tanto por el mercado, o sea, el mercado naturalmente parece ser que somos los asesores en quien las empresas confían, pero como ven, por ejemplo, del lado derecho no es el caso de Corea, sobre todo, o Japón, Hong Kong, donde la penetración de las firmas es mucho menor. Donde ya está muy consolidada es en Europa, donde prácticamente vemos Italia, Alemania, Francia, España, con casi el 100% de los servicios siendo prestados por firmas de contadores. Ahora, en la parte del aseguramiento también vemos que hay una diferencia en cuanto a si se asegura o no la información o si se solicita una verificación de estos indicadores. Si los dividimos entre los gases de efecto invernadero otros que se refieren al medio ambiente, es decir, los primeros dos se refieren a la A de ambiental, después tenemos la parte social y luego la parte de gobernanza. Sí hay indicadores, o sí se presentan indicadores en todas estas dimensiones, pero, por ejemplo, la assurance sobre aspectos sociales o aspectos de gobernanza son mucho más bajos comparados con los de gases de efecto invernadero y otros del medio ambiente. ¿Por qué sucede? Pues porque obviamente ahorita la presión fuerte está sobre la parte del cambio climático y obviamente sobre gases de efecto invernadero, no tanto sobre la parte social y de gobernanza. Ahora vamos a ver el uso de reportes. ¿Querías decir algo, Judy? Ok, perdón. Bueno.
Estoy poniendo atención.
No, yo dije, a lo mejor ya necesito acelerar, meter el acelerador.
Mejor apago mi cámara y no la pongo.
No, estás perfecto. Entonces, el resumen de cambios, como ya hemos hablado y me ha tocado hablarles de que hay muchas metodologías, marcos y metodologías. Sabemos que la norma número 1 básicamente habla de la posibilidad de usar el concepto del reporte integrado y la norma número 2 específicamente habla de utilizar la metodología del TCFD relacionado con el clima, y para tanto la norma 1 como la 2 entre líneas, porque acuérdense que estamos hablando de estándares que son principios, no son reglas, y eso es algo que se decidió hacer, ¿no? Internacionalmente hablando, sí sugieren que se utilicen los estándares SASB. Entonces, desde que salieron las normas, el uso de los SASB ha incrementado un 29% y el uso del marco del reporte climático TCFD ha incrementado un 30%. En cambio, los marcos que eran utilizados antes de la emisión de las normas y que tenían más penetración, que eran GRI y los objetivos de desarrollo, los CDGs, se han quedado, como ven, pues prácticamente estáticos, ¿no? 72 a 74 y 76 a 79. Entonces, el crecimiento de SASB y TCFD claramente se explica porque son sugeridos por las normas internacionales de sostenibilidad. Entonces, pues, ¿qué vamos a hacer? Pues seguramente esto seguirá incrementándose con el tiempo. Ahora, ¿cuáles son los formatos que se utilizan para reportar? Aquí vemos, por ejemplo, del 2019 al 2021, cómo utilizar el esquema de un reporte de sostenibilidad ha bajado del 57 al 50%, y lo que ha incrementado es incluir la información de sostenibilidad en los reportes anuales. Eso ha subido del 18 al 24. Y el uso del marco del reporte integrado, que es el que también se sugiere en las normas internacionales, ha aumentado del 16 al 21%. Entonces, dicho de otra manera, ha disminuido el enfoque de que yo tengo que preparar un reporte de sostenibilidad independientemente de lo que es el reporte de información financiera, y la tendencia es hacia incluirlo, diciendo justamente que no es que la información financiera vaya por un lado y la no financiera vaya por otro, tenemos que encontrar esta interconexión entre lo financiero y lo no financiero, y eso fomenta el uso del reporte anual o bien del enfoque del reporte integral. En la parte de abajo, pues vemos cómo se hace por país. En el caso de México, pues sigue teniendo penetración el reporte de sostenibilidad, pero ya vemos también cómo va en aumento el uso del reporte anual y del reporte integral. También aquí está específicamente cómo ha aumentado el uso de estos estándares SASB y del marco TCFD en el caso de México, ¿no? Cómo se ve que estamos ya por arriba de la tasa promedio, y en el caso del TCFD estamos un poquito por abajo de la tasa promedio. Los estándares GRI, como ya decíamos, como que frenaron su crecimiento y sí se siguen usando de manera importante, en el caso de México por arriba del promedio, y el caso de los objetivos de desarrollo, México por abajo de la tasa promedio global. Ahora, las perspectivas de las divulgaciones son, pues básicamente si nos enfocamos a la parte de gases de efecto invernadero, vemos que es muy importante esto del alcance 1, 2 y 3, ¿no? Si ustedes recuerdan, alcance 1 es medir las emisiones directas, alcance 2 es medir las emisiones directas e indirectas, las que existen en la cadena de proveeduría, y el alcance 3 ya es medir absolutamente toda la cadena desde la proveeduría hasta la distribución y el uso de nuestros productos o servicios por parte de los clientes. Entonces, aquí vemos cómo el alcance 1, 2 y 3 subió del 16 al 22, o sea, ya se está logrando medir más. El alcance, la suma del 1 y 2 quedaron igual. Y una cosa importante que también se pide hoy es no solo medir, sino establecer un objetivo de reducción. Es decir, este año el objetivo es reducir a tanto, ¿no?, estos gases de efecto invernadero, y en esa parte estamos todavía mal a nivel global, solamente un 67% especifica los objetivos de reducción de los gases de efecto invernadero. Si nos vamos ya a quienes tienen como objetivo la reducción neta cero, eso es aún menor, solo un 49%. Y en el caso, por ejemplo, de México, si vemos aquí, ya quien está midiendo alcance 1, 2 y 3, pues es muy, muy bajo, ¿no? Quien está midiendo 1 y 2, pues como un 20%, y toda la parte de arriba quiere decir que no se cuenta con objetivos específicos de reducción, o más del 50% ni siquiera tienen un objetivo, ¿no? Entonces, digamos que sí estamos midiendo, no estamos midiendo todavía el alcance 2 ni el alcance 3, mucho se queda en el alcance 1, y tampoco estamos estableciendo objetivos específicos de reducción. Aquí otra vez, ¿no?, se ve si hay un plan de transición o no hay un plan de transición, y 87% de las empresas dicen tener un plan de transición, pero no señalan objetivos específicos de cómo lo van a lograr. Y en materia de aseguramiento, como decíamos, bueno, pues, ¿qué pasó? Que de alguna manera sí hay una tasa mayor de aseguramiento, pero no necesariamente en todas las regiones del mundo lo están haciendo las firmas de contadores, y ya el estándar número 3000 pues migró, y ahorita lo vamos a ver más adelante, al estándar 5000, para justamente hacer que un estándar emitido por los contadores sea utilizado por los no contadores. Entonces, este estándar se busca que sea más flexible, que tenga mayor penetración, y de alguna manera que sea la profesión la que lidere cómo se deben asegurar este tipo de reportes. La tasa de aseguramiento por jurisdicción, ¿no? En el caso de México, igual, pues México que está por abajo del 50%, y el tipo de proveedor, que ya también lo habíamos comentado. En México sí es...
Martínez, tiene abierto su micrófono, perdón, doctora. Tiene abierto su micrófono. Adrián, ¿nos ayudas, por favor?
El que me lleva mis contabilidad.
Maestro Fabián Martínez. Maestro Fabián Martínez. Adrián, ¿nos apoyas, por favor, cerrando el micrófono?
Oye,
una disculpa.
No, no hay problema. Aprovecho para saltarme estas, que ya son un poquito repetitivas y ir al estatus de revelaciones en México, ¿no?
Ahorita tenemos un evento. Ahí no va a estar allí, ¿no? El lunes, ¿no?
Me dice que a las 4 le toca.
¿Perdón?
Ah, bueno.
No, pues díganle que le toca.
Adrián Núñez, ¿nos puedes apoyar, por favor, silenciando el micrófono del profesor Fabián Martínez?
Bueno, pues mira, ahorita no me comprometo porque
no lo veo ya.
Fabián Martínez. Sí, Adrián, Adrián Núñez, ingeniero, ¿nos puedes ayudar, por favor?
Gracias, chao.
Maestro Fabián Martínez, su micrófono está abierto, ¿lo puede llevar, por favor? Gracias. Maestro Fabián, ¿sí me escuchas? Fabián Martínez, ¿sí me escuchas?
Si ya lo cerró, ya.
No, ya, gracias. Perdón, doctora, adelante.
No, bueno, aquí está la situación resumida de México. Y bueno, lo que decíamos, ¿no? ¿Qué se agrega quizá para esta reunión como una novedad? Que el CINIF ya emitió sus primeras 2 normas de sostenibilidad en espera de comentarios, a más tardar el 30 de noviembre, y que en el caso de la norma número 1, que se llama NIS 1, converge totalmente con la norma internacional. Como saben, la norma internacional habla de requerimientos generales en materia de sostenibilidad. Esta norma prácticamente converge con la internacional y se enfoca, como habíamos dicho, en temas de gobernanza, estrategia, gestión de riesgo, métricas y objetivos. Y en el caso de la norma 2, que es la norma que se refiere específicamente a las revelaciones relacionadas con el clima, lo que nos deja ver la norma, y ya decíamos que por eso ha subido mucho el uso del marco TCFD, es justamente el uso del marco de materialidad, en donde lo que se busca es reflejar el impacto tanto de los riesgos como las oportunidades relacionadas con el clima. Y en el caso del CINIF, el CINIF decidió emitir esta norma número 2, que no es convergente con la norma internacional, en el sentido de que se pensó que para que tuviera aplicabilidad a las pequeñas y medianas empresas, tendría que ser algo mucho más sencillo, porque si ellas hoy no miden, estaba muy difícil llevarlas de un esquema en donde hoy no miden nada a querer medir cosas muy complicadas como lo pide el marco del TCFD. Entonces, lo que está establecido en la NIS 2 tiene que ver con el modelo de la UNTAD, que es una guía de indicadores básicos, y les sugiero leer estos indicadores que están relacionados evidentemente con los temas AFG. Ahora,
Perdón, doctora. Contadora Orfa, su micrófono está abierto. Gracias.
es que es la hora de la comida ya, pues. Pero bueno, lo que les decía, bueno, y perdón que esta lámina es así como muy nueva, es una lámina del Consejo Emisor de Normas de Auditoría. En ella se habla justamente de la norma 5000, que va de alguna manera a hacer la recomendada para emitir aseguramiento en este tipo de informes. Y como ven, aquí lo que nos dice es, bueno, es una norma que va a tener bases globales y que va a ser la solución completa a cualquiera que quiere emitir una opinión de aseguramiento o de verificación de estos nuevos reportes. Entonces, también es una norma que está en auscultación, pero pues digamos, la aprobación final estará por el 2024, pero acuérdense que si nosotros nos empapamos de los documentos que están en auscultación, pues vamos ganando tiempo, no tenemos que esperar, ¿no?, a que esto sea definitivo, sino podemos ir ya viendo bastante, de una manera pues bastante aproximada, qué es lo que se sugieren en estas nuevas normas. Entonces, bueno, por lo pronto, el tema de sostenibilidad, muchas cosas que hacer, muchas cosas que estudiar, y el objetivo, evidentemente, de la profesión sigue siendo contar con información de calidad que sea útil para la toma de decisiones, y el objetivo también es evitar la fragmentación. Pues ahorita estamos viendo ya una armonización, ya estamos viendo la emisión de normas internacionales, por un lado, y ya tenemos también las de las normas nacionales. Ahora, una parte importante es cómo convencer a los demás que somos la profesión que debemos liderarlo, por qué somos esa profesión y cómo lo vamos a lograr. Obviamente es lo que ha estado trabajando IFAC, ¿no? ¿Por qué? Pues porque somos quien manejamos información, porque tenemos habilidades, porque tenemos alcance global, porque tenemos normas que garantizan la calidad y porque nuestro mandato siempre ha sido proteger el interés público. ¿Cómo lo vamos a lograr? Bueno, pues aquí abajo ustedes pueden leerlo con calma, pero obviamente tenemos que ser proactivos, tenemos que ver qué sabemos hacer hoy y qué no sabemos hacer. Y esto viene con el tema de innovar y liderar en una era digital. Entonces, lo que decía ya Anne-Marie Vital, que es la responsable del panel de educación a nivel global, no se trata de hacer las mismas cosas de manera diferente, sino realmente hacer las cosas diferentes. Y aquí ya vimos también que para lograr un liderazgo ético tenemos que ser capaces de entender una era de mayor complejidad y una era donde hay mucho de digitalización. Aquí entender, y también hay documentos que nos hablan de la diferencia entre entender lo que es complicado y lo que es complejo. Hoy estamos en un mundo de interacciones dinámicas, donde no hay resultados predecibles, donde todo es interdependiente y donde no podemos pensar en aplicar lo mismo o lo mismo que hemos hecho para todo, ¿no? Esto habla de que cualquier caso al que estemos requiere de diferente aproximación y que ya esto está considerado en nuestro código de ética. Básicamente, ahí lo que tenemos que observar es tener esta mente inquisitiva y concientizarnos mucho sobre los sesgos que podemos tener y obviamente siempre recurrir a los principios fundamentales, ¿no? Que ya los conocemos, pues los 5 principios que nos dan mucha guía del qué hacer y obviamente siempre estar viendo estas amenazas a nuestra objetividad e independencia, más si somos auditores o vamos a hacer una assurance y que contamos siempre con esta guía metodológica para poder controlar las amenazas, o sea, no olvidarnos de esta parte y del tipo de sesgos que podemos tener, ¿no? Esto también son, de alguna manera, fascículos que ha ido emitiendo IFAC en torno a nuestro código y donde nos describen precisamente qué tipos de sesgos podemos tener, ¿no? Y nos dan ejemplos de los sesgos. Entonces yo debo de hacer un ejercicio en donde vea si realmente no estoy cayendo en algunos de estos sesgos. Tenemos un marco también, entonces se dice aplica tu mente inquisitiva, pero también aplica tu juicio profesional, en donde siempre debes estar considerando alternativas y cómo no rechazar de entrada ninguna alternativa, sino evaluar todas para tomar las decisiones adecuadas. Aquí también hay un documento que acaba de emitir el IESBA, que es una guía para escenarios donde el auditor puede tener sesgos o no ser suficientemente objetivo e independiente, y se las recomiendo porque pone ejemplos muy puntuales en donde sí el contador puede dar servicios relacionados con tecnología y donde no puede dar servicios relacionados con tecnología porque puede estar atentando contra su objetividad e independencia. Ahora, ¿qué competencias debemos tener? ya habíamos hablado que las normas internacionales de educación han ido modernizándose, han ido incluyendo competencias que tienen que ver con las tecnologías de información. También ha ido incluyendo competencias digitales que debemos de tener los contadores, que no debemos ser programadores, pero sí debemos saber de almacenamiento y transformación de datos, básicamente manejo de bases de datos y de técnicas de visualización y análisis de datos. Y ahora, bueno, y que esto obviamente lo debemos centrar en una combinación de nuestras habilidades técnicas y éticas, habilidades de negocios y ahora habilidades digitales. En el último documento de educación, lo que nos hablan es, bueno, ¿por qué debemos centrarnos en lo que ya sabemos? Y eso nos apuntala para poder hacer las cosas bien. Pero hay cosas que no son las mismas y ahí es donde debemos, ahora sí que entrenarnos para ser justo lo que la profesión busca ser en el futuro, ¿no? Tenemos competencias relacionadas con los negocios, donde del lado derecho es lo nuevo que necesitamos saber, ¿no? Tenemos que tener mayor amplitud y profundidad en el tema de gobernanza, obviamente en las estrategias, en los riesgos y en lo que implica para revelación. También tenemos que entender mejor los modelos de negocio en este contexto de sostenibilidad y el impacto que esto tiene en la entidad. En el caso de nuestro comportamiento, pues ya sabemos lo que no ha cambiado, pero necesitamos cosas nuevas como cuáles, pues dar efectivas respuestas cuando se presentan oportunidades, incrementar la colaboración y un juicio profesional basado obviamente en la veracidad de la información de sostenibilidad. En el caso de experiencia técnica, ¿no? Lo que no ha cambiado es que pues sabemos interpretar, analizar datos, pero lo nuevo es que tenemos la habilidad para entender estas nuevas IFRS 1 y 2, habilidad para entender estos nuevos estándares, tanto el 3000 como el 5000, y habilidad para diseñar e implementar procesos y sistemas de control que generen esta información de sostenibilidad y asimismo entender estas métricas basadas en ciencia, ¿no? Porque sabemos y conocemos de métricas financieras, pero ahora tenemos que volvernos expertos en estas otras métricas basadas en ciencia y que tienen que ver con el medio ambiente, la parte social y la parte de gobernanza. La parte del comportamiento ético, lo que decíamos, bueno, pues siempre nos hemos adherido a un código, pero ahora tenemos que ser mucho más conscientes de los sesgos y de este famoso greenwashing, ¿no? De que si vamos a dar una opinión de aseguramiento, pues tengamos cuidado que realmente sea una historia que obedece a la realidad. Ahora, también el IFAC tiene una matriz de recursos tecnológicos. Lo que pasa es que en poco tiempo es muy difícil transmitir todo, pero cada periodo nos da una lista de todos los recursos tecnológicos de los que podemos disponer. Entonces, por ejemplo, aquí vemos fechas y está organizado por temas de la parte tecnológica, ¿no? Que es donde más rápido tenemos que subirnos, digamos, al tren, ¿no? De la parte digital. Tiene que ver con temas de blockchain, obviamente con temas de ética y cómo evitar estos sesgos, y tiene que ver con otro tipo de tecnología, ¿no? De digitalización. También tenemos otro tipo de recursos externos, porque lo que hace hoy IFAC es recopilar los avances de todos los organismos profesionales. Los organismos de punta como es IFAC en Estados Unidos, o como es el CPA Canadá, o como es el de Singapur, el de Australia, el de la región Asia-Pacífico, suben todos sus recursos a IFAC y entonces los hace disponibles para el aprendizaje del resto del mundo, ¿no? Obviamente no todos están en español, pero pues podemos acceder a ellos en inglés y después hacer alguna traducción. También hay la parte de gobernanza, la parte de, hay un espacio específico para firmas de tamaño mediano y pequeño, y ahí pues se pueden nutrir mucho de los avances en materia tecnológica. La parte de garantizar la calidad de la integridad, bueno, pues esto tiene que ver mucho con nuestro modelo educativo. No tengo tiempo para meterme a fondo, pero es básicamente el hecho de que nosotros, al tener una educación, una licenciatura, obtenemos una licencia profesional y que realmente nadie nos obliga, ¿no?, a estarla renovando, y es una cuestión voluntaria. Entonces, en este modelo, sabemos que lo que marca a nivel internacional es que siempre tenemos que estarnos midiendo, no tanto desde el punto de vista de los insumos, ¿no? Por ejemplo, hoy yo puedo decir, asistí a una conferencia y porque asistí a la conferencia voy a tener 5 puntos de educación profesional continua. La pregunta es, bueno, y asistir a esa conferencia, ¿cómo transformó tu competencia? O sea, ¿qué hiciste para modificar este insumo en un resultado? Entonces, que siempre tenemos que tener el foco de estar avanzando, no tanto por el insumo que tenemos para educarnos, sino por la competencia que adquirimos y el resultado que obtenemos a cambio. El modelo de las 3 E's, que es el que nosotros tenemos: educación, experiencia, evaluación, y una certificación para tener un aprendizaje permanente. Y que hoy en México nosotros tenemos 3 niveles donde nos miden. Tenemos el EGEL cuando termina la licenciatura, tenemos el EUC cuando presentamos este examen ante el IMSP, y también tenemos la posibilidad de tener certificaciones por disciplina, también ante el IMSP. ¿Qué está pasando ahorita? Que, como ustedes saben, nuestro modelo tiene reciprocidad con Estados Unidos y Canadá, pero Estados Unidos está cambiando su licencia del CPA. Entonces, hoy la propuesta de Estados Unidos es que el contador pueda tener, sea más flexible y pueda tener 3 posibles salidas. Una, sea que se enfoque en sistemas de información y control. Otra, que se enfoque en la parte de planificación y compliance, tributario y legal. O la última, que se enfoque en el análisis del negocio y los informes. Estas 3 salidas tienen su base en competencias profundas de contabilidad, de auditoría, de impuestos y de tecnología. Pero al final reconoce que, centrados en esta base, hay 3 posibilidades de licencia del CPA. Esta licencia será la misma, pero se puede obtener especializándose en alguna de las 3 áreas. México está evaluando qué va a hacer, porque como tiene que tener esta reciprocidad, le dieron 2 años para ver si la licencia mexicana se va a transformar y va a ser igual que la de Estados Unidos y Canadá, o no nos transformamos, pero entonces perderíamos nuestra reciprocidad. Y bueno, lo que decíamos, apoyar al sector público, y ahí básicamente el enfoque de IFAC es en la parte de anticorrupción, donde existen modelos para entender cómo está la corrupción en el país y tratar de ser transparente. Y también se nos pone a disposición por uno de los organismos profesionales que se llama CAPA, una serie destinada al sector público, en donde hay casos de estudio de cómo el impacto que tienen los contadores en diferentes partes del mundo, ¿no? Por ejemplo, en la India, en Malasia, en Canadá, y también pues es bueno tener esta referencia. Y lo que la práctica internacional es poder desarrollar estas comunidades de practitioners, en donde se promueva la cultura de integridad, haya estrategias políticas y obviamente se vaya muy centrado a la parte de la transparencia. Y por último, la de salvaguardar a nuestra profesión para que siga siendo una profesión valiosa. Evidentemente, las organizaciones profesionales tienen un rol fundamental. La pregunta es si nuestros organismos profesionales se mantienen vigentes, si nos ofrecen capacitación adecuada y cómo podemos justamente aprovechar estos recursos de nivel internacional y movilizarnos lo más rápido posible, ¿no? Tenemos modelos muy interesantes, como el modelo que ven de capa, donde se estudian los impulsores del cambio, se determinan cuáles habilidades son las básicas y entonces el contador se sitúa en algún punto en donde dice, bueno, pues yo quiero una zona donde quiero impulsar la transformación en las empresas, o yo quiero ser analista de empresa, o yo quiero proveer aseguramiento, o yo quiero ser el que genere reportes. Y dependiendo de eso, pues se hace todo un esquema que se llama navegadores de carrera, y en este navegador de carrera, lo que yo hago, a lo mejor está muy pequeño, yo empiezo a ver qué capacidades debo tener y qué oportunidades existen profesionalmente. Entonces, esto ya lo hacen ciertos organismos profesionales, existen, por ejemplo, CAPA tiene esta guía de calificación, y si, por ejemplo, nosotros no contamos con eso en México, pues podemos ir a estos organismos y ver qué están haciendo y nosotros mismos preocuparnos por desarrollar nuestras competencias, ¿no? A nivel firma, creo que es justo, ¿no? O sea, cuáles son nuestros desafíos, dónde estamos parados, cómo nos podemos movilizar y cómo nos entrenamos para podernos movilizar. Obviamente, pues ya se me acabó el tiempo. Fui rápido, pero bueno, pues traté de comunicarles todo lo que está haciendo IFAC y por qué lo está haciendo. Muchas gracias.
No, pues gracias a ti, sí. Qué barbaridad, pues nos dejas una tarea tremenda de estudiar esto a fondo, porque esto es mucho trabajo por hacer y que tenemos que plantear aquí en la firma también, obviamente. Me imagino que en el instituto lo están haciendo y bueno, es muchísimo, es todo un cambio esto. Pero bueno, vivimos, el cambio es la constante, ¿no?
Totalmente, totalmente. Mira, lo bueno es que cuando dices tenemos rumbo, no lo tenemos. La realidad es que hay un rumbo muy claro, muy bien pensado, y pues la idea es ir parejos en todo el mundo, justo, aprovechando nuestra red, ¿no? Que es una red global.
Por supuesto, por supuesto. Y de eso estamos precisamente ahora. Y en la tarde, y si tienes tiempo, es lo que vamos a hablar también acá con el doctor Fabián, ¿verdad? Muchísimas gracias. Bueno, no sé si hay alguna pregunta de alguien.
Pues les pedimos que por favor lo externen a través de su chat aquí de Webex para que lo hagamos llegar a nuestra ponente y posteriormente les regresamos las respuestas vía email.
Nos vemos con...
Gracias. Y bueno, le pido por favor al contador Héctor Ferral, si es tan amable y nos hace el honor de entregar este reconocimiento a la doctora Silvia Merkel. Adelante, contador, lo escuchamos. Todo suyo este micrófono.
¿Vos se escucha? Sí.
Sí, lo escuchamos.
Pues amiga Silvia Merkel, siempre tú en el mañana, en el futuro y presente la profesión, pero llevándolo a lo grande. Entonces, para mí es un privilegio y un gran gusto, además de saludarte, pues darte otra vez aquí la gran bienvenida a tu exposición, que nuestra firma agradece inmensamente. Estamos en la coincidencia de tu declaración, exposición, exactamente haciendo eso. Ya lo acaba de decir nuestro director. Me permito hacerte una entrega del diploma que te mereces, así en tu universo de investigación de la ciencia y técnica contable. Pues agradecer tu valiosa participación como expositor en la 24ª anual asamblea y darte a ti en este momento el reconocimiento valioso de nuestra firma, firmada por nuestro director general, que acaba de decir unas palabras para ti, Mauricio Mubarak. Muchas gracias, Cintia. Gracias bastante tu participación y novedoso aliento al futuro contable. Gracias.
Correcto. Gracias, Héctor. Gracias, Mauricio.
Muchísimas gracias, doctora. Gracias a todos ustedes por su comprensión. Vamos a hacer una pausa para comer. En esta única ocasión va a ser un receso para comer de 30 minutos y el tiempo corre. Tenemos ahora 28 minutos. Una disculpa de antemano, buen provecho a todos y nos vemos en un ratito más, regresando de comer. Provecho.
Provecho.
Provecho, nos vemos aquí 4 p.m.
Gracias.
Que empezamos con el doctor Fabián. Adelante.